Yeah, he could get away with it. I would think.
He was a
Unless it's too egregious.
Yeah,
There's
more like a
there's
drug
certain ones.
related.
There's certain behaviors that it's not happening. Whatever you do, you're finished. That's it.
Yeah, I would probably say that it would be like drug related. That would be under
That's just
dishonor.
one. There's so many. That's just one. Just one. That's it. There's I can think. More than 30. I'm sure there's more than that. 30 different chapters that you can get. Yeah. That's not important.
Let's see, do you want to know his surname, what mean in Croatian?
You're going to have to give me a couple minutes, man. Give me about 5. I'll be back.
What did you say about? Wait, what, Sasha? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What his surname means in Croatian, because his surname is Croatian surname. The QE has the Croatian surname. Did you know that?
No.
Now you know that. The surname No, that's true.
I mean, I don't know what you're referring to. You're going to have to be more specific.
What does it mean, Sasha?
QE, it's called John Stunja. Okay?
What does Stunja mean?
Stunja, okay. The surname Stunja is one of the lesser known surname in Croatia, but there is still a certain interest in its origin and meaning. According to some sources, the surname Stunja is probably derived from the name Stojnik, which can be translated as a duke or commander. This could indicate that the bearers, I don't know if I pronounce this good, of this surname were officer or military commanders.
Interesting.
And he was the military commander.
Kako si, Sasha?
Dobro, dobro. Kako si ti?
Dobro.
Pričaš još neki jezik?
Oh, sorry, that's all I know.
Se vuoi chiedermi, io posso parlarti solo anche così?
Say again?
Io posso parlarti anche così se vuoi.
No idea what you said. I know Machka and Muva.
I said, if you want, I can speak like this.
Oh, okay.
In Italian.
Yeah.
I don't speak Italian either.
So you were saying Croatian?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. It's just hard to understand you sometimes when you say words that are more complex. I can understand you all day when you're having to like.
The last one was Italian. But he asked me first how I am, and I said good, and then I said something in Italian. I'm good. I'm going tomorrow on holiday in Wales. I will see the sea level.
I'll be back, guys. I'm gonna put this baby down.
Put me down.
What happened to everybody? Apologize. I had to lay my baby down. He's been up too late.
How many years now? Your baby has 1 year?
Huh?
How many years?
Oh, 4.
Oh, 4. Okay.
I call him my baby still.
What's that?
Yeah, he's been staying up a little later than he normally would. Probably should get him.
I know, but I'm trying to get to sleep here at a reasonable hour.
Wasn't talking about you. Yeah. I don't
Sorry,
know.
that was a little bit more than 5 minutes. I gotta take another 2 minutes. Just give me a second.
Already.
Not that I think that you're waiting for me to come back or anything, but just let you know I'm out the net for another 2.
Okay. Yeah, but my son, he's been going to bed later than normal, but I usually get him to bed at a decent hour. I got to get him back on track. Shouldn't be too tough. Me, on the other hand, I don't ever sleep, even when I try to. I'm just sitting there awake.
A few days ago, I saw a live stream from Flatzoid's perspective. It was with Professor Danny Falker, but he was speaking too much about trying to debunk, gas pressure without a container. I don't know if someone did debunk him or Flatzoid, because I didn't saw other. It did finish at that time. Flatzoid, he did talk. He was going to do a second live stream with him, but I never saw more about it.
Were you talking about Flatzoid?
Yeah,
Or okay.
Flatzoid perspective.
Yeah. I didn't see it. Did he go live today or something?
It was a few days ago. I
Oh,
saw it was happening in the live stream at YouTube. Danny Falk, how you say? Faulkner or Falker? I don't know. Anyway,
Danny Faulkner.
yeah, he was
Okay.
there and he was speaking, all the time, blah 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 blah, and then Flatslides did finish the live stream, and they did ask Wim to do another one where he can, you know, Flatslides can speak about it. But I never saw again because he was talking about, this guy Danny Faulkner was trying to disprove that you can have gas pressure without a container. He
Well,
was, he was
good
talking
luck with
about
that.
yeah, he was talking about the layers and etc.
Just ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's such a good one, though, on
I
our
saw
part. Just,
I saw Nathan Oakley. It was on the shot posting, but I don't know if he did a live stream debunking. I didn't follow.
I don't know if it's just me or you sound a bit muffled, so I'm trying really hard to hear what you're saying.
Sorry, I'm at work. I'm not. This is not my use the mic. At
Okay,
home, at home I have the Blue Yeti mic. This one is a
I got
headset.
you. Yeah, headset. I mean, I just swapped to a headset because I just had it on my speakerphone, but everybody's asleep except me now, so I gotta be quiet. This is when I can get stuff done at night when everybody's out of the way. I really should just swap to the computer. The headphones for that is so much better.
It's almost 5 a.m. here.
Dang. You working at 5 a.m.?
Yeah, I do nights.
Okay, yeah. Well, my husband gets up about 4:30 in the morning, so a.m. here, or 4:30 a.m. here. But he's having to be off driving to work at that hour. I can't stand it when he works nights.
Should I play something?
I would probably wait because Huey will be back in just a second. If he ain't back already, just listening.
I never do that.
Yeah, you do. It's so silly.
Far as you know.
Oh yeah. It'd be nice to get a job.
Fuck that.
Well, for me, I would like something.
I never did like it much, so I decided I wasn't going anymore.
Well, I mean, I don't really know for you personally, but it wouldn't hurt us financially if I could get a job.
What about bills? I never really liked paying bills all that much either. I don't think I'm gonna do that anymore.
Well, that just sounds like a plan right there.
Now it sounds like a movie, Office Space. You gotta watch that movie. It's fucking hilarious.
All right, yeah. We don't really have much besides like the place where we live provides cable TV or like direct TV. It's fiber optic though, so it's not like satellite or
Okay,
anything.
you're only fucking 28 years old. What the fuck do you expect?
31, but okay. Man, I don't want to go back to being 28. I was really pregnant.
Well, I don't know about really pregnant. I mean, you're either pregnant or you ain't.
Well, you try being pregnant. There is a
No,
really pregnant.
no, thanks.
Yeah, exactly. It was tough. I had a tough pregnancy. I think maybe it was 27. I don't know. No, I don't know if I'm remembering correctly. But anyways, I had a miserable pregnancy. I was sick at first, and then I was miserably huge the last bit, and working all the time.
I don't think I've ever heard a story about a joyous pregnancy.
Oh, yeah, I can't stand it when ladies will tell me how great their pregnancy is, and I'm just like, I'm gonna kick you over. Maybe it won't be so great. No, but I wouldn't do that. I thought I had a lot of impulsive thoughts when I was pregnant. I was not nice.
You guys don't have to be pregnant to have a lot of, and you call them impulsive thoughts. I'd probably characterize them differently.
Well, I didn't filter as much as I would on like being rational in thought because I've always kind of been pretty rational, with a slip up here and there, but I've always been able to, I don't know, not really freak out or be super emotional about anything.
The over emotional part, I don't mind. It's the incoherent, irrational part that I have problems with.
Yeah. I mean, I've had friends that have displayed as much, but I was never really like super terrible about incoherency.
It's
I
like
could
dealing with
sit
a
back and
baller.
yeah, yeah, you're right. Because no matter what you say, it doesn't matter. You have like even being a friend of females when they get to that point, you either agree with them or they're gonna fight you
You
tooth and
guys
nail.
don't. You guys don't have female friends. That's bullshit.
You don't think I have? I don't anymore, no. But I've always been a good friend to all of the people that I considered good friends. If I've had a slip up here and there that I've had to humble myself and apologize.
Yeah, right. And then 9 years later, bring that shit back up again.
I mean, maybe they do think about it quite often.
I'm like, shit. I thought you already apologized for that. Now you're bringing that shit back up again. You're blaming it on me. What the fuck?
It's so true. You're not wrong. That is spot on.
I know I'm not wrong. I can live life.
Yeah. Um. I do slip up here and there. I'm not
I'm
gonna
not talking
lie.
about you personally. I don't know you that well yet.
Yeah, that's fine. I can be honest. I mean, I slip up here and there. I think when I had this, I thought it was just my punishment for being so irrational. I got really mad at my husband the other night, and I slept in um, I slept in another bed instead of in our bed because he has a little girl. She's my daughter, and we don't have her often, but she's got her own room and her own bed. And I slept in her bed, and I had some unfolded sheets. I buried my face in because they were so cool, and I thought I got a spider bite from doing that. I was like, me being irrational, I had to go and get a spider bite.
That never happened to me. My wife's always slept in our bed.
Yep. Deprive not
That's
the
funny.
other, do benevolence.
Yeah. If you believe that shit, then I got a bridge for sale.
What? Yeah, but the scripture goes well with this. Deprive not the other, do benevolence, except for a time with mutual consent for prayer and fasting.
Oh, brother, what did we hit? The Bible bot.
I'm still trying to find my walk in that one.
It's
It's confusing out here.
yeah.
Don't listen to anybody else and do your own thing. Like do your own studying, not your own thing. You know what I mean?
Do what thou wilt.
I got
No,
another one.
no.
I got another one for you, Flatsy. For the husband hath not power of his own body, but the wife, and the wife hath not power of her body, but the husband.
You're just trying to get into sex, man.
What?
No, that makes sense. Not like I don't control his body, but he and I both think of each other as a prize in the relationship, not him think he's the prize and I also think he's the prize or some dumb crap like that that's going on these days.
We're going down a road I don't think we want to go down.
That's fine.
Off the road into the gutter?
Yeah, because you don't know how many horny guys are out here, Flatsy. Just change the subject.
Well, I wasn't talking about that. I wasn't meaning. See, now
You
I'm
don't
not in
have
the
to.
gutter.
You don't have to mean it.
I gotcha. It'll just be implied without me implying
Yes, exactly.
it. Well, yeah, I'll just say that I'm grateful for the lovely gifts I have. Family. And now knowledge. I love having knowledge. Information,
I'm
specifically.
gonna kill this cat. I'm gonna tell you that much.
No, you're not. You love that
Yeah,
cat.
I'm gonna string his ass up because I'm tired of his shit.
You love that cat.
I close the door on him, he'll get the message.
I could see you being one of those people that say that you're going to string up the cat while you're petting it.
Yeah, I love him.
Yeah.
Poor dumb bastard.
I like that saying, and I like this other saying, poor little old feller. He's all puckered out. Because they're both equivalent right there.
Oh boy. All right. You better pick up the conversation pretty quickly because it's getting around my go time.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm going to take it somewhere.
That's right. I'm gonna take it somewhere else.
Oh. Take it.
Watching TV. I think I'm watching a movie. What movie am I watching? Can't remember.
There's some Thor movie on my TV right now. I haven't been paying attention.
The Guns of Navarone. How about that?
That's something I wouldn't be watching though.
The Global Zombies.
No, I don't watch that shit.
Oh, what?
Well, I see that stuff every day. Why would I watch it on TV?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
So what's up for tomorrow? Is Nathan supposed to hand Jaren his ass tomorrow somewhere?
I don't know.
I think an ass whooping is scheduled. That's the last I heard.
I figured that there was an ass whooping in progress and still on, like, incoming. Been never ending.
Yeah, Hanoi Drain's gonna get. He better not show up.
He should answer for his.
There is no answer.
Yeah, there's no answer, but that's the one thing that I don't get. Like, people, instead of humbling themselves, they double down on being super wrong, which doesn't make any sense to me. I'm happy to.
Pride fucking won him.
What?
It's pride fucking won them. They can't do it. They got the intellectual and emotional maturity of second graders. So that's where we're at. That's where we've been. I should have dealt with it, like I said, many years ago. That's my cross to bear. I should have dealt with it when I had a chance. I did have the chance. But I got talked out of it by what?
Don't they see enough of that going on? It's like nobody can handle their emotions anymore.
The hell are you talking about?
Well, just the fact that they can't put their pride away, just to be like, yeah, I was wrong. My bad.
No, that's what I said. It's pride's not gonna fold that easy.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Flatsy, a lot of these people think that they have the divine spark and that they're an image or a fractal of God in a way beyond the normal. So, in other words, like they're a representation of God on earth. So, their pride runs through their core, spiritually and logically.
That sucks.
Think about it. This guy's a subjectivist. Think about what he said to everyone. If I believe it's this way, and if you don't agree with me subjectively, then you're a scammer. Automatically impugning himself as a scammer because his merit for calling someone a scammer is that they don't agree. So he doesn't agree with other people. So from their point of view, he's a scammer.
Well,
It's like
no. That's not even the infuriating part, though, AI. He said that we all need him to be able to identify the
of course we do, dude, because he's God's gift to women, right?
Ew. No.
Ooh.
But men too. He's God's gift to women and men. Now, listen, these guys will feign humility, but you listen to enough of what they say, and you'll recognize that they have self-deification running through their veins.
Oh, yes, Witsit. He definitely does. I've been paying attention to the Earth Awakenings, and he'll feign humility all the time, and then be like, "I'm special." He even acclaimed clairvoyancy in so many words. He was like, "I have a way of being able to tell the intentions of somebody just by talking to them." Oh, so you're clairvoyant? Okay.
I had this private in my troop that I was on guard duty with in the armory when the power went out at night, and he started talking about how he could see in the dark, and he thought he was the only person who could do it. Like when your eyes naturally change over the time and they get bigger, and then all of a sudden you can see more things in the dark. Like he was literally talking like he's the only one who could do that. I'm like, dude,
Wow.
everybody could do that.
Earth Awakenings. Is that fucking Geo? What the
Yes.
fuck is his name? Yeah.
Geo Love.
Yeah, well, Jaren should be attending that server because that motherfucker's he's definite. Because I classified him many years ago as what did I call him? I didn't think I called him Hanoi Jane. I just called him Jane Fonda. Terrorist sympathizer, that piece of shit. He hasn't come out of that server. I've never seen him outside that server, and that was like 3 years ago.
Kind of happened that way. Like once he left 24/7, it pretty much was a wrap.
That's the last time I've seen him was in here. It's a good thing. I told him right then, right when he did his little bullshit. I said, "Don't you come out of there. It's your ass." Never been back. So that's
Look, I
where
do see the mirror. Go ahead.
so that's where shit's at 60 holds sway.
Yep.
Not a surprise. Fucking clown.
Well, on myself, I like investigating for myself. So that's what I've been doing since all of this has started with just to kind of get a bearing on what's going on and kind of testing my discernment.
Oh, so you didn't take
Okay.
our word for it. You went and found out for yourself. That's refreshing.
Yeah.
So what have you
I'll tell you.
found?
Go ahead.
I have found a lot. I have found a lot.
I bet you have.
Yeah, there's a few things that I wanted to ask you, maybe not on a live stream, but I also don't. I've not really found a good time to ask you when you're not live streaming.
Well, all you got to do is hit, right click on my name, and there's a PM right there.
Well, true. I could do that. I figure you already have people doing that. I do too. I don't like being DM too much.
Yeah, I just blow most of them off, but I'd give my due diligence if I seen a message from you.
Okay. Well, I'll do that.
Flatty, a lot of these people believe in cyclical ascension. Right? So you go through these cycles where you live and die, rinse, repeat until you earn enough, whatever, karma or kumbaya or whatever, and then you ascend, right, to the next level. So the purveyor of One Earth's Awakenings has said, and this is no secret, although I think he does deny it now, but it was during a recorded stream, but who knows how we could find it. Or maybe it wasn't, but either way, he basically said that he was ascended, right? But decided to come back and not ascend so he could help the rest of us. So that is a god complex, essentially.
Oh, I'm gonna help him. I'm gonna help him ascend. All right. Go ahead, let him come out here. Just step out here. What's this? It's Geo what?
Love.
Is it Geo Love? That's it. Yeah. Come on out here. I love you up.
That's basically when grounding is when you walk out barefoot to connect yourself to the earth. That's like when you take it one step further and you just get naked and just lay on the grass. Geo Love.
Get naked on the grass.
Look, I do understand some people's compunction about, talking, quote unquote, badly of quote unquote flat earthers. But look, flat earthers isn't a title that makes you immune from stupidity.
Agreed.
It's not like you say I'm a flat earther and then all of a sudden you're so in the club that you can't be scrutinized, mocked, pointed out. Like if you're walking around essentially presenting yourself as a god complex, right? You're asking to be taken down. That's what you're asking for. The same as when you go around saying, I'm the greatest fighter in the world. You're asking for contenders to come and knock you out. That's what you're asking for.
I think people should be really careful when somebody prefaces like a statement of, you know, when they preface it like, I'm not saying I'm special or anything, but
Mhm.
that's exactly what they're saying. They are
Brad,
saying they're special.
have you seen the Level or Level 2 documentary?
Um, man, I haven't really. I think I watched one of the levels, maybe two of them. I just don't remember them. I because level with me
Challenge
and
you.
level.
Here's my challenge.
They,
If you
they always
watch one
have
of them
to.
again, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just saying they always do the panning of the earth with the music, like you know
I ain't
how
even
you
worried
can always.
about that.
Yeah, when there's a scary part in a movie coming because the music changes.
Right?
Like they're using that kind of ambiance, and I don't care about that. I care about
Yeah, it's
facts. I
very
care about
emotional. Yeah.
documentation and citation and
Are you
right.
talking? Are you talking about that one that just came out not too long ago, Mr. Vibrations?
Yes.
Um,
The fishnet,
I don't know who.
the fishnet guy, the I don't know what you can call him.
Yes, the fishnet vest looking thing that he had on, and he
Yeah,
looked
yeah,
like he was
yeah. Like
swimming in his.
this is physical, physical. This vibration
I haven't.
on the plane and yeah, that one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Fucking clowns.
if that's in Level 2, I haven't really watched that much. But
There's another level.
so the first one, there's two of them. Yeah. So the first one is dripping, soaking wet with subjectivism and new age type stuff.
Oh yeah.
Like it's basically packaging the flat Earth as a new age transition.
No shit. Is this all three of them? Miguel Sosa, he's all over this shit, man.
Thanks.
So there's three of them?
Yeah, 21, 22, and 23.
No
2023.
shit.
Well,
All
Well,
right.
you know that they're appealing to emotion when they're using theatrics of cinema. You know, everybody's like, "Oh, it
well,
was such a good movie." What did you learn?
well,
Please tell me what
let me
you
tell you what you
learned.
learned. You subconsciously learned that there's a large cadre of people involved in flat Earth that are pushing the flat Earth quote unquote agenda on their side to push spiritual assertions and to smuggle them into your life. That's their game. And you can see, watch the thing, and watch what they say about the nature of reality and the nature of Earth. And it's just a straight up, you might as well just have gone to a New Age church.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I kind of wrote it off, just pondering it a bit. Sometimes you have to just kind of let something sit on the back burner before you let yourself even make a decision. Because I don't
Oh,
like
yeah.
making decisions based off of emotion. And I like to let things sit and simmer for a minute and do my own, investigating, research. People can tell me things all day, but I like to go find out for myself.
Nothing wrong with that. So yeah, thanks, Miguel. I was unaware that there were a couple more after that. The first one had me fucking in stitches. It pathetically feeble. You fucking clowns. I can't wait to hear the second and third one. I can only imagine.
Just picture a flat earth from a drone with some ambiance. That's what they did.
Well, I like to do my own research.
There you go.
The old Hibbler 20 questions, which is essentially sets music in the background, and this girl asked a question in like a very, very interesting way of speaking with some vibration over it. So it makes it very moody. And then he answers the question, and it's just got this melodic music in the background. It's pretty powerful. It gets you in the emotional mood to be receptive. I had my brother listen to it, and he was impressed by the way it was. And so they got a method, but A lot of them aren't. You know, I'll put it to you like this: a lot of flat earthers, right, truthers, are not actually grounded in the truth. They're floating in a sea of subjectivity, and they're not actually grounded at all, and they're ripe for spiritual predators to come along and give them a new paradigm to replace the one they lost. And there's a lot of flat earthers who are falling prey themselves to this movement or tide change, where there's this demand for answers, and people feel this impetus to give answers, so much so that they are giving stupid answers, the wrong answers, and answers that they haven't properly vetted. Everybody's in a rush, right, to solve the problem and to become the person who solved the flat earth, the person who solved the energy, the person who solved why this happens, the person who solved why that happened.
T-Dub said that I'm not up to date with the numpty debate. There's a fake alien debate. I already knew that. Shit. I spoke about that fucking years ago. About 7 years ago here, Flat Earth. I don't know about numpties. What numpties are you talking about, T-Dub? I could probably agree with the first statement. The second statement, not so much. I know that there's a fake alien invasion coming. I knew that long time ago. In
Well,
the 90s.
Well, if anybody was paying attention to William Cooper and
Didn't
that
have to.
lady that had, well, I mean, also you can look at the government documents that are.
Didn't have to.
Oh, okay.
No, just read scripture.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's what led me to reading scripture for sure.
Didn't take much. He tells you in Matthew what's going to happen. Yes, sir. Told you in Matthew. Told you to look in Daniel, and Daniel tells you. Matthew 24, in fact. That one jumped off the page to me. What did it say? Let me paraphrase.
I'm getting it right now.
Matthew 24. What did it say? I hate paraphrasing the Bible.
Well, okay, Matthew 24, like.
It's a big chapter. It's down a little bit. Go down to where he talks about Daniel the prophet. Verily, verily, I say unto you. I know that was the beginning of it.
By no means.
Here, I got it. I haven't looked it up. As
yeah,
the
I've got it
day,
too.
holy shit, Flatsy, fucking calm down.
Okay.
And I don't have it in front of me, but it says something like this: Verily, verily, I say unto you, as the days of Noah were, so will so will the coming of the Son of Man be. How about that? I bet you I got that exactly right. Close?
Well, it says, for even as the days of Noah, thus shall be the presence of the Son of Man. For as they were in those days before the deluge, masticating and drinking and marrying and taking in marriage until the day of which Noah entered into the ark, and did not know till the deluge came and takes them all away. Thus shall be the presence of the Son of Man.
That's not what I said.
Well, I've got the AE Enoch Concordant Literal New Testament.
That's what your problem is.
Sorry.
Let's go
You
to.
know?
Let me go ahead and look it up, for goodness sakes.
Are you gonna read yours?
As the days I'm probably saying it wrong, so it won't get it. Of Noah, and it spells it. Oh, here we go. He spells it. I know he spelled Noah wrong. Well, he didn't spell it wrong. I spell it wrong. I spelled it the way he did. It calls Noe.
I did
So
post
I'm reading from King James, Matthew 24:37. Matthew 24:37. Where is 37? But as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be, just like I said it. You said everything after that. I don't need too much after that. I just need that. Right? That's all I need right there. But as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. So all I need to do is find out what the days of Noah were. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Where do I find that at? Genesis 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yep. And where did he say somewhere in the vicinity of Daniel, spoken of by Daniel the prophet? When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whoso readeth, let him understand. That caught my fucking attention right there. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. See, that's pretty profound. How did he know that people in Judea or Israel would congregate on the housetops? Guess what they do? That's 2,000 years before they started doing that.
Dang.
They congregate on their housetops. For gatherings, family, celebrations. How do you know that? Oh boy, let them be in Judea, flee. So the abomination of desolation. So you're going to have to go to Daniel. So you're going to Daniel and then Genesis 6. Look out. That be Daniel chapter 2, verses 40 forward. If you can't get it from there, then you got to stop taking the paint chips from the 70s as a cool drink. I'm just saying. Of course, I got a whole write-up with this, about 8 pages. Did you find that on Worthy Christian Forums by chance? You should. It's in there. I think you're going to have to go back before 2018.
Yeah, I think I will. I think maybe you could probably search in that forum.
I have no idea. I haven't been there since probably 2018.
I do have a King James version. It's one of the heirlooms from my husband's grandmother. It's very, very feels delicate.
You can use the King James. I would also, because I used to bounce back and forth. I'm not a King James only guy because a lot of people have issues with that. However, I give it my due diligence for what it is. So personally, I use King James, the English Standard Version, and the Septuagint.
I was about to say the Septuagint. I know that you had said that when I was reviewing your playlist with Paula.
With Paula. Yep. That's my 3 that I go to bounce things off of. I might go to, there's a 4th one. The International Standard Version. They took everything they found from the Dead Sea Scrolls. So those are top 4. So I wouldn't put them in any order because I bounce them off those 3, and then if I have any more questions, I'll go to the ISV. That's just me personally. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. That's just what I do.
So I was just, you said something about there was my problem with the concordant literal. The
It just depends on their sources. I don't know what the concordant literal uses
it
for
was
their sources.
the A. Enoch. He studied Greek and
I don't really
started
care. I
reviewing.
want to know their source documents.
That's right. Yeah, he I've researched him a bit, and
Yeah, studying Greek doesn't pass muster to me. That's just horseshit to me.
yeah,
I need to know the sources that they're gathering their information from because I got the lowdown on the sources. So if you could tell me what their sources are, that'd be helpful.
English word concordance in the back, and I'm trying to find where I researched A. Enoch, and he ended up being like kind of cast out from the Christian church because he was teaching that they were teaching wrong, especially when it came to like the the translations of hell.
Yeah. Well, anything from
Wow,
Westcott and Hort,
no, I don't do that. No.
anything from Westcott and Hort, I fucking tear the pages out and take them out to the bonfire.
Yeah, I don't do that. When I was asking for a Bible from my husband, because he was asking me what kind of Bible I wanted, and I said, not this translation at all.
But keep in mind, if somebody just shows up, one person, and says, you know what, I solved the Bible after 2,000 years and I alone have the true translation, that's just in red flags,
Oh
like
yeah.
fireworks.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot, I'll put it to you like this, there's a lot of people who fancy themselves the most profound scholar of history ever, and they make this new translation, right?
You can't do that when I'm fucking drinking shit, man.
Sorry.
All right? You can't fucking do that. Now I got fucking water all over my glasses. Come out of my nose. What the fuck, man?
I'm about to go to bed. Signal anyway.
All right, I'll be gone for the next couple minutes cleaning my glasses. Thanks a lot, AI.
Yeah, I'm always skeptical about. I researched him. It's been a while now, but I didn't pay for this Bible. Somebody sent it to me for free.
There's a rising trend, and there's no punishment, right? Jesus didn't die for your
Oh
sins,
yeah.
etc.,
Yeah,
etc., etc.
that's true.
That's all attacking classic Christian doctrines that have stood the test of time for thousands of years. So that should send red flags off.
Yeah, that's true. You are correct.
Now,
There's that.
regardless of
There's
the position in
the
hell,
original. Sorry.
yeah. Go ahead.
No, I
I'm
was
gonna run
saying
out of
there's.
signal here, anyways.
Oh, okay. I was just saying like there's
Well, I
the
just mean I better stop. I
universalism.
better stop and not go into a point, then you won't hear it.
Well, yeah, that
So
universalism
I'm
is
going.
really on the rise,
Yeah.
and so is the Hebrew. Like people are taking the Hebrew roots of following Scripture that way. I mean, I've kind of been led down these paths and had to like wait and stop for a second and take it all in and really figure it out for myself because I was easily swayed by trying to study the Bible. It's hard. It's better just to do it on your own. Don't let anybody teach you anything. Unless they provide.
Yes. No. I mean,
Crazy.
the Bible does establish church and the positions within the church, elders, leaders, etc., for the teaching and for knowledge. Like the Bible doesn't have a prescription to go it alone. It has the opposite. It says you need the church community. You need the body of Christ to hone you. It never says just go alone.
Well,
That's
everybody
also a
thinks their
deception.
body. Yeah, but everybody says they're body of Christ, and dude, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard out here in the sticks where you don't really have anybody.
Oh yeah, I mean you got to go with what you have. But
I want to do Bible
yeah, I mean you got to
study, but I just,
you got to spend time in prayer and in prayer and communing with God directly. But the Bible doesn't say that it says you need to be with the believers. It says do not forsake assembling with the believers. So it's almost literally a command in a way, depending on how you take your commands. So the people who say I'm just going to go it alone, right? They're actually antithetical to what Scripture teaches, usually.
well, I don't want to be
Because there
that.
are people
I
who
just don't want to be led astray.
look. There are people. Yeah, there are people who have missions, right? That they're given, and they need to go by themselves. But the majority of the body needs to be together as much as they can, interacting with each other, communing with each other, sharpening iron against iron. You know, and it's okay to disagree. You know, it's okay to have general disagreements and still be a group. You know, you don't have to agree on everything. All right, but I gotta go because I'm about to lose signal. So have a good night. I might
You too,
text, but I can't talk anymore.
all right, you be safe.
So now that I'm back,
Hey, I had to go.
oh,
He'll be
did
in
he?
text. Yeah, he's
Alright.
losing signal.
I used to have a list of suspect Bibles. Trying to find them.
In my Sudoku book, I have, I know it was something in Hort. Can't remember what you said, but I used to take notes in my Sudoku book all the time because I'll just absent-mindedly do my Sudoku while I'm either listening to a book or listening to, I was listening, for a while there, I was listening to a radio station, The Fact Owner, with George Hobbs. I have it here somewhere. Yeah, Westcott and Hort, and I've got a zero or like a circle with a line through it, just so that I knew that would not be the translation I'd be going with.
No, it's not translation, it's translation. So here we go.
Yeah.
NIV, NASB, the New King James Version, the NRSV, the NAB, the REB, the RSV, the CEV, the TEV, the GNB, the Living. Is that Living or no? It's just Living Bible, Phillips, New Jerusalem, New Century, and the New World Translation. It's probably more now. So I'll say them again. Suspect. Not only suspect, just fucking burn them. NIV, NASB, New King James Version, NRSV, NAB, REB, RSV, CEV, TEV, GNB, The Living, Phillips, New Jerusalem, New Century, and the New World Translation. Toss them in the fucking trash right now. I'm telling you to do it.
I don't have
Telling
any
you,
of those.
just fucking do it. Just don't read them. And if you don't know who Westcott and Hort is, you shouldn't be in the discussion.
Yeah, they had come into my research back in the day. I mean, like, I'm telling you, it's so far back in my Sudoku book. So, yeah, I just remembered that if I mean, I have a pretty good memory, especially like what do they call it when you can remember when you've written something down and you see it?
Photographic
Don't
memory.
forget it. Yeah, I've got a photographic memory.
All right. Well, Time for me to go, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good evening.
Okay, you take care. I'm
Yep.
probably gonna go too.
Later.
Later. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be on here much longer, guys, if anybody wants to talk. If not, I can put something on the bot. Well, all right, guys. Nobody wants to talk. I'll find something to put on the bot. Well, any suggestions of anything on the bot, guys? Because I can't think of anything. I could put the scientific method up in one of QE's videos.
The PhD, booger eating schmuck, M. Scott Veach, elbow deep, May 2021.
Listen to my whole sentence. If you're on a sphere, then you change your latitude, you also change your rate of rotation.
Well, that's what your pseudoscience priests tell you, and you mindlessly parrot. But the Earth is demonstrably flat and not rotating. It's also a non sequitur fallacy. If you're on a sphere, a shape, that premise alone doesn't in any way even remotely imply that the shape is moving, in this case rotating. Shapes are not motions, Crayon Muncher.
So you're changing your rate of rotation if you're on a sphere when you change latitude. It's a standard for rate of rotation.
Are you high right now?
Either that or he should be. See the previous response in toto. It's another non sequitur fallacy. Even if it was rotating, how in the world is the rate of rotation a stand-in for the rate of rotation, whether you're changing your latitudes or not, booger eater?
But then you check to see, does the rate of rotation affect the precession as predicted?
His question slowed down for comprehension. As we're all aware, the booger eater's mouth is about 5 minutes ahead of the caper-sized piece of horse shit between his ears. The question: does the rate of rotation affect precession as predicted? You have yet to establish that the Earth is rotating. You kind of have to do that first. And you have no scientific prediction here, as in a scientific hypothesis. Even if you knew how to construct one, and we all know you don't, You have no viable independent or dependent variable in this genre.
It does. Oh, look, it's processing.
I did call a putty cat.
Now you have to
It's
ask
called
yourself.
affirming the consequence.
No, it isn't.
Oh, yes, it is. Textbook. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If the Earth is rotating, we will observe a putty tat. We see a putty tat. Therefore, the Earth is rotating.
And now you have to ask yourself, oh, is it possible, is it quite likely that the fact that I was changing this dependent or independent variable is the thing that's causing it to process? Or is it something coincidental? And that's what I was trying to explain to you before, which is always a possibility, which is where you check in to see, do I meet my standard of statistical significance or not?
What the fuck? My word, you're delusional. Possibility and likelihood is only used with inductive reasoning. There is no inductive reasoning in the scientific method. You were changing your independent variable? The only thing you were changing in your previous non sequitur fallacies was the latitude. Latitudes don't cause anything, and most certainly don't cause the Earth to spin in Space Monkey, you bozo. And newsflash, latitudes don't have physical existence, you booger-eating goober. Moreover, and knee-slapping hilarious, the quintessential example of giving a 3-year-old a chainsaw. In retrospect, a Trojan horse, if you will. After the ball-tarred booger eaters continually got their asses handed to them from 2016 through 2019 because of flat earthers asking for their independent variable, they eventually wisened up. I use that as loosely as possible, and educated themselves, again, as loosely as possible, on what independent variables are. For whatever reason, they focused heavily on the changeability aspect and continue to do so. These schnoz particle chefs think that if you can change something, then it's automatically an independent variable. But an independent variable, the presumed cause, is varied and manipulated itself by the researcher so as to change the relationship with the dependent variable. The booger eater here said he changed his latitude, ergo independent variable. He didn't vary and manipulate a latitude itself. He merely changed his position relative to an arbitrary fairy tale latitude. See it? They have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Boneheads. That's what you get for pretender clowning. These dizzy Dunning-Kruger dipshit doofuses have Elmer Fudd, Mr. Magoo, and Baby Huey doubled over in the corner, gasping for their last breaths from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. Oh, by the way, booger eaters, you're welcome. No thank you required. Lastly, your flailing non sequitur of the ages Mr. Magoo application of statistical analysis to whether the space monkey is spinning or not is tantamount to applying GNP of Zimbabwe calculations to authenticate the Declaration of Independence. Are you okay, dude? Ow! 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 I don't know! I don't know! Jamal, get on it! Hee-hee! Ow! 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 Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Tell us that you're okay, that you're okay, that you're okay, Scotty. There's a sign in the window that instructs you to booger eating schmuck, Scotty.
Well, we had to clear up the difference between engineering and science. There was no science in engineering at all. Nothing to do with one another.
What is your definition of science?
I just told you how there is, Kimo.
Wrong. From Boston University College of Engineering, 2010 fall issue of the Engineer. Title of the paper: Engineering is not science. Duh. From Professor Henry Petrosky, Professor of Engineering and History at Duke University. Title of the paper: Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the PhD booger-eating schmuck here and his ilk keeps us from solving the problems of the world.
What they're essentially saying is, you say you're doing science, but you're doing something that doesn't actually test hypotheses.
What the hell did you just say?
Anytime you're using something that is going to help you test hypotheses.
I wonder how you would have an experiment without the scientific method. I wonder how that would be.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think of the scientific method as requiring stuff like observing natural phenomena?
Yes. Dependent variables, observed natural phenomena, are absolutely requisite for hypothesis construction. And you can't have natural science without hypotheses.
So then, let's say tomorrow, I'm going to just do an experiment where I have a control variable of temperature. I'm going to adjust it.
OMG from a booger-eating PhD. Doofus, you don't change or alter control variables because control variables are always held constant. That's what makes them controls.
You dumbass.
Next block of instruction: how to look through a window while standing.
And I'm going to see how it affects the salinity of my compound. And I'm going to record all the results. And I'm going to do this experiment. I've done an experiment there, but I'm not really part of any kind of overarching method. I just did an experiment by itself, in and of itself, without observing a phenomenon. I didn't even really have a hypothesis.
Ay, caramba!
So you conducted a scientific experiment without a hypothesis? How can you do that when experiments are hypothesis tests? From pennstate.edu, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the hypothesis. What's next? Run the Brickyard 400 without a car.
Curvature, in and of itself, is a constant elevation.
You serious?
Shockingly, he is. Scotty. Did you pick the wrong week to stop sniffing glue? A constant elevation is having no part higher than the other. That's the definition of level, flat, and horizontal, not curvature. From dictionary.com, level, having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface. From Cambridge, level, not rising or falling or higher on one side, Scotty, but even in all directions, horizontal or flat. Something that is level with something else is at the same height.
That's not going to tell us anything about curvature, though. Elevation does not hold any hints as to whether we're curving or not.
What the hell did you just say?
That's an elevation change. That's fine, but a curve is not an elevation change.
Bro, Raggy, retard!
The curvature does not change the elevation, Brian.
Fatality.
Wow, dude. Wow. So curvature does not change elevation, eh? From the United States Naval Academy.edu. Curvature is the rate of change of slope. So it is the second derivative of the elevation surface.
Uh-oh!
From PennState.edu. Slope is a measure of change in elevation.
Uh-oh!
So, Booger Eater, if curvature is the rate of change of a slope, and a slope is the measure of change in elevation, then curvature must necessarily involve a change in elevation. Next block of instruction, how to point at a house. This is galactic universes beyond mind-numbing absurdity. The quintessential tenet of fairy tale ball-tart spinning space monkey religion dictates an 8-inch per mile squared drop along a tangent from your feet in every direction, Scotty. What is drop if not an elevation change? Por favor. Folks, this is akin to a communist renouncing the abolition of private property and the Roman Catholic Church disavowing the Virgin Mary. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this booger-eating schmuck's entire performance is imbecilic at a second grade level and demonstrates a purposeful fundamental ignorance of mere basic concepts and topics. He not only speaks confidently in his belly-laughing ignorance, but ridicules others for challenging his baby Huey horsepuckery. It's a shameful disgrace for your average Joe Coffey to spew such backwards nonsensical drivel, but this schmuck has a PhD. I heretofore, Your Honor, invoke the DEFCON 1 doofus statute, recognizing the clear and present danger this Dunning-Kruger numpty has not only to himself, but others. Put a cork in it, Your Eminency. Yep, got it. Your Worshipfulness. That was society on the line. They want an emergency restraining order against this booger eater. No less than 1,000 light years. Your splendiferousness. I move to strike jury deliberation. Have them retired to their respective residences with the court's deepest apologies and a counseling voucher for tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. An immediate subpoena issued from the bench with an attached indictment for Captain Kangaroo U, mail order diploma section, where this numpty clearly obtained his degree from. The PhD booger eater here straitjacketed, shackled, horse and elephant tranquilized, without cessation, in place, with a 24-hour sword-drawn guard while we await Mr. Green Jeans, Mr. Bunny Rabbit, and Mr. Moose Stamp Lickers to give account.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
lest we forget. Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, a.k.a. the photosynthetic redneck, a.k.a. no marble science, fresh off his thesis defense of...
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
March 2021.
Can I ask Jeremy a question? What kind of science is astronomy, Jeremy? Don't tell me to fuck off. Just answer the question. What kind of science is astronomy?
Pseudoscience.
Correct.
No, it's called observational science.
Observational science? Isn't that painfully redundant? Since the first step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon, leading to a logical fallacy, fallacy of composition, also known as faulty induction. Description: inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. With observational science, observation is part of the whole, but not the whole of science, i.e., the scientific method. You still have hypothesis construction and the actualization thereof. Experiment. Let's have a little look-see here. Observational science. There's only one source I can find. That's troubling. It's from yourdictionary.com. Okay? It says the definition of observational science is a field of science where controlled observations cannot be done in order to study causes and effects. Scientific studies are simply done through the observation of nature taking its course and recording the findings over time. It gives examples of observational science: astronomy, sociology, economics, and epidemiology. Beneath the huge advertisement, it also has paleontology and geology. Take a look at the first part of this definition. Observational science is a field of science where controlled observations... What do they mean by that? Controlled observations, like you got blinders on? Or you got electrodes on your eyelids? And you plug it in and they open up your eyelids and they're controlled, and then you pull the plug and they turn them off? What the hell is that? Who knows? Controlled observations can't be done in order to study causes and effects. Well, that's not natural science. Hypotheses and experiments are purely cause and effect relationship moieties. So it's pseudoscience. If these guys go masquerading around as science, then they're pseudosciences by definition. The second part of this definition: scientific studies are simply done through the observation of nature taking its course and recording the findings over time. What? And they put astronomy with sociology and economics, social sciences, nature taking its course in sociology. Could you show me that? How about nature taking its course in economics? My word, son.
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. It's like epidemiology, sociology, economics, things like that are called observational sciences.
Yep, that's right. You forgot to scroll down underneath your dictionary source and catch a hold of paleontology and geology train wrecks in your observational science dumpster fire.
Do you know what that means, Jeremy?
It means it's pseudoscience because you're not going to follow the scientific method.
Correct.
No.
Yeah.
It means.
Yeah, laugh it up there, funny boy.
It means it's a field of science where controlled observations can't be done in order to study causes and effects.
Yeah, exactly. The prosecution rests. The scientific method's sole purpose is to elucidate cause and effect relationships. You just admitted that these clowns can't do cause and effect. Ergo pseudoscience, by definition. Thanks. It's also fallacious, as we identified.
That's what observational science is.
Yeah, pseudoscience. We already established that. Also, Professor Blueballs, does your dictionary, Observational Sciences, only conduct observational studies? The answer is yes. From Hinkelmann, Klaus, Kempthorne, Design and Analysis of Experiments, Volume 1, Introduction to Experimental Design. Observational studies are not experiments.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
By definition, observational studies lack the manipulation required for Baconian experiments.
Fatality.
In addition, observational studies, for example in biological or social systems, often involve variables that are difficult to quantify or control. Moreover, there are 3 types of observational studies: case control, cross-sectional, and cohort studies. Let me ask you a question. Can you give me the case control, cross-sectional, or cohort study in astronomy? It'd be easier building a perpetual motion machine of the second kind out of taxation without representation.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. There is no such thing as the scientific method, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
You serious?
Jeez, hillbilly. You lost your photosynthetic redneck mind? That's rhetorical. We'll just do 10 out of 185 million. We want to get out of here this century. From the Geosociety, Kristen McClellan, the title of the article, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, Professor Wolf's, title of the article, Introduction to the Scientific Method. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, title of the article, 6 Steps of the Scientific Method. From the Khan Academy, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From Live Science, title of the article, Science and the Scientific Method. From ChemLibreText, title of the article, 1.4, The Scientific Method, How Chemists Think. From Northern Arizona University, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. From Purdue University, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From the National Institutes of Health.gov, title of the paper, The Scientific Method. From Nature.com, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. If you would have said there is no such thing as the Declaration of Independence, it'd have been more coherent.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
It's creating low pressure.
And that's how, listen to me, that's how it overcomes gravity.
Jesus.
It doesn't overcome gravity.
So let me get this straight. That's how it overcomes gravity. It doesn't overcome gravity? You reminisce with strangers? You got horseshit for brains, son. Clown.
Let's agree on a height, because I think that's a fair point to proceed forward from. You've obviously got a point of ejection to 10 feet, and maybe it was a little flippant. My apologies.
Well, I don't mind.
Maybe you could suggest
it doesn't really
a height.
matter.
So it doesn't really matter. You're saying that height doesn't really matter, hillbilly blue balls, the redneck retard.
Well, it does matter, doesn't it? Because the distance from the horizon is what?
No,
it does matter. Why? Why doesn't it matter?
Don't attack me. I'm just.
Don't attack you. He's merely asking you why height doesn't matter. You friggin' snowflake bozo redneck retard.
No, why doesn't it matter?
Making a point. Your
point was that it doesn't matter. My point is that it does.
Listen, if you want to target height,
why does it matter?
If you want an observer height or a gun barrel height of 30 feet, you could probably target stuff out to about 6 miles, something like that.
Sir, why doesn't the observer height matter when targeting?
It doesn't matter because they use radar, which is like
no interruption, Tears.
50 or 60 feet up. You know what I mean?
Tears,
and it's
we
a
got
parabola flying over
Adam
the
and Blue
horizon.
having a combo here. Adam and Blue, please.
You could see a target on the horizon at about 6 or 7 miles from 30 feet, from a 30-foot observer height or gun barrel height, laser height.
Why does not the observer height not matter when you're painting a target, when you're observing it across a geometric ball of radius?
I didn't say it didn't matter.
Oh, really? You didn't say it didn't matter? Do you even know your own name? Or where you're at? You double-speaking Muppets. You just said it didn't matter about 20 seconds ago. Let's have a listen.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
You said clearly it doesn't really matter.
Did I?
You did, sir. That's why I felt the need to address it so we could proceed.
I don't believe I said that.
So you don't believe you said that? Really? Well, let's have another listen.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
It
doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
Wow. It's well past time for you to head back to the Blue Tick Coonhound Kennel, or your true vocation, picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised!
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
You said you're doing an experiment. I just want to know what experiment it is. Would you have more detail?
You don't know that I'm doing Cavendish.
What? Cavendish never performed a scientific experiment, Professor Hillbelly. He didn't have a viable dependent variable. Ergo, no hypothesis. Therefore, no experiment. Check the original paper. You'll find nada. Zippo. Number 2. Why are you performing a non-experiment from a 106-year-old date pseudoscience, Hillbelly? From Douglas Klein, Professor of Physics, via Phys Libre text. Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. So, it's well past time to get up to date with a new hotness, Einstein's general theory of relativity from 1915, and start performing bendy space-time experiments.
And what's your hypothesis?
Attracts mass.
Sorry? What's your hypothesis?
Mass attracts other mass.
So, your hypothesis is, given mass, then mass will attract other mass, right? That's not a scientific hypothesis, Professor Blueballs. That's a circular banjo-do-si-do begging the question fallacy train wreck. You'd fail 5th grade general science and the 60-level basic reasoning course. By the way, what's mass?
Mass is simply the resistance to acceleration. Do you know that?
No. That's inertia. But we'll roll with it anyway. So let's take the definition you provided and substitute the definition for the word, mass. You said mass is the resistance to acceleration. So your hypothesis actually is Given the resistance to acceleration, the resistance to acceleration will attract the resistance to acceleration.
Air molecules are moving in all different directions, but they're also moving in one singular mass in one direction.
So gas molecules are moving in all different directions and at the same time moving in one singular resistance to acceleration direction?
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. And Newton's second law of motion is just the one everybody's heard a million times. Force is equal to mass times acceleration. Do you have any problem with that?
Yeah.
Look at you, big dummy.
Mainly, it, along with all of Newton's so-called laws, along with the universal law of gravitation, were replaced by Einstein 106 years ago. Then wholesale debunked by quantum mechanics shortly thereafter. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal MA was filleted then fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki-parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal MA is false,
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
And all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada.
Fatality.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. A mole is simply a quantity. And as I say, it could be a quantity of anything. We could have a mole of brines if we had enough space to put that many brines.
Wrong. From Royal Society of Chemistry, mole contains exactly 6.022140076 times 10 to the 23rd elementary entities. Unless Brian is an elementary entity, you just bashed yourself in the face with a spade shovel. Again.
You dumbass.
Yes, in atmosphere, depending on the ratio of surface area to mass, or to weight, if you want to think of it that way.
Wrong. You're going to have to pick one, Professor. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific context, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. Why aren't you mindlessly parroting the correct horseshit from your pseudoscientist, Professor Hillbelly?
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
And the force you're speaking about is gravity, is it not?
Yes.
Why is it then that Albert Einstein, over 100 years ago, stopped calling gravity a force and he called it an effect due to the curvature of space-time by matter?
Well, it is. That's exactly what it is. It is the curvature of space-time. But Einstein did nothing more than add to Newton's theories.
You serious?
Yeah, because he's Dunning batshit Kruger. Number one, Newton never even proposed a scientific theory in his life. Number two, if Einstein added to Newton's theories, he would have subtracted special relativity. Why? Well, the universal law of gravitation violates special relativity. From Britannica.com. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity served so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the earth would be felt by us instantaneously, according to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics.
Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
Because every molecule of gas is being subjected to an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second toward the Earth.
Yeah. I'd say there's a better chance of Liberace being resurrected sporting a purple tutu and jumping on a chartreuse hobbled unicorn and riding around the Sombrero Galaxy. If what you just said was true, it would never rain. You dumbass cracker. And how's it feel to be in direct contradiction with Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, and parts of Dalton's Law? And not to be ever outdone, the King Topper booger-eating bull in a china shop exhibition, leaving no dish uncracked. You've taken the second law of thermodynamics, along with Brownian motion, out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned each to a bloody, lifeless pulp.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
What's going on?
Measure the rate that things fall. Is that how we determine the gravitational constant?
No, that's not how the gravitational constant was arrived at. That's not how you can derive or measure the gravitational constant. You can't derive it in the first place. You've got to. It had to be measured. Still has to be measured. How
is it measured though?
It's a product of our inconvenient set of units that we choose to use. If we had picked something other than meters and kilograms and so forth, could have come up with a completely different constant. But it's a constant of proportionality. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did.
Wrong. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Professor Blue Balls here is either a stone-cold liar or clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu. Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the poster child of a fork-tongued, double-speaking, numpty dipshit spinning space monkey.
Cavendish measured, actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with gravitational constant.
What in the flying fuck is going on here? You just said...
How was it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Cavendish measured, actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with gravitational constant. How was it measured? That's what Cavendish did. How was it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with gravitational constant.
Say hello to my little friend.
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth. He was looking to determine what the mass, it's the weight of the Earth, is.
Remember this, ass clown. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu. Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M or M or M. How about this one, dumbass? Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific contexts, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. And finally, now let's not forget what this window licker said.
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth.
Fatality.
From Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London, Volume 88, 1798, pages 469 to 526. Title of the paper, Experiments to Determine the Density of the Earth by Henry Cavendish, Esquire, FRS, and AS. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's obvious that this slack-jawed meatball has never even looked at the original paper.
Ay, caramba.
Yet,
you knew that the butane was denser, was a more dense gas than the air that was already inside of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Brian, and I forgot what I was going to say at this point. Yeah, the butane is heavier. No question about that. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because of relative density. No, well, it's heavier because it's more dense. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because it's more dense. Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Prepare yourself.
It has nothing to do with the Earth rotating under the football. The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this ass clown retard of the ages is clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger insane. From Vanderbilt.edu. Angular momentum is the measure of the momentum of an object around an axis. From Phys Libre text, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. What's its? Well, the rotating object. Angular momentum deals with angular velocity. That is, it speaks to radians or revolutions per unit time around a given axis. There's two types of angular momentum, spin and orbital.
Are we playing
Then
this for
two
somebody?
more subtypes,
What's going
point
on?
and extended objects. Point
Keep it
object
going.
is just how it
All right.
sounds, an object accelerating around a point.
We're making a point.
Like a ball attached to a string that you start spinning above your head. The formula is L, angular momentum, equals R, radians. That's the distance from the rotation point in your hand to the center of the ball, times P, linear momentum. And extended objects is the whole object rotating about its own axis, like a spinning orb. The formula is L, angular momentum, equals rotational inertia times omega, which is angular velocity. That is radians per unit time. Professor Blue Balls is essentially saying that balls, balloons, helicopters, drones, and airplanes rotate after leaving the surface of the Earth.
You dumbass.
Look, Ma, the balloon's rotating about its center axis. Or, look, Ma, the hovering helicopter is orbiting the Earth. You dumbass cracker. Listening to this retard photosynthetic redneck is tantamount to listening to Mr. Magoo giving the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. Moreover, check this out. This booger eater's argument is that there's only one reference frame on the Earth.
It is one non-inertial reference frame. That's where Coriolis takes place, not two reference frames.
But then he says this.
The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
If there's only one reference frame on the Earth, booger eater, then why in a flying Fukuyama would the object need to conserve any momentum whatsoever upon leaving the surface? It hasn't entered another reference frame. According to your dumbass, there's only one.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take a closer look at this again. From Phys Libre text, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. The law of conservation of angular momentum would never need to be described without an inertial reference frame, because there'd never be a case where external torques would even exist. The concept of momentum conservation comes from and is a direct consequence of Newton's third law. From Boston University, Department of Physics. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases they do, but if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, while we're spinning around would be a good example, then Newton's laws are not valid.
Now I've done it. I've cut the dickens out of my finger. Well,
A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame.
Oh, yeah.
So that then begs the question, Professor Blue Balls, how can we even describe the conservation of angular momentum without an inertial reference frame?
It is one non-inertial reference frame.
A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame?
It is one non-inertial reference frame.
You, sir, are what we call in the industry a dizzy dumb fuck. You will never, ever recover. Spinning space monkeys. Spinning space monkeys.
You know who this is? No. Bye-bye, lard ass.
All right, Coriolis heads, where you at? We got some new people in here, man. Avu? Shredder?
He's deafened.
Shredder's deafened. Yep.
Couldn't take it anymore. Any of these dudes VC verified?
Nobody is. I mean, they aren't. Avu is not.
Did you say Evu?
Avu.
It's Evo, like avocado.
Oh, excuse me, man.
Yeah. That's right.
Evo. Oh.
How will FP dude
You
recover
can
from
unmute
that?
yourself.
Oh. Oh. Yep. Shredder's back.
What do you got for us, Fat Mud?
Hey, has anybody?
Oh God! Now what?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Seen any
Proceed.
Coriolis?
No, I've not seen Coriolis. Are you trying to do? I mean, has anybody ever seen Coriolis?
Try asking Fat Mud for me, since you want to talk while I'm talking. You ask him.
Hey, did I interrupt? Excuse me. Proceed, sir.
That's fine. Go ahead. Take the mic. Go for it. We got some new guys. That's all. Let's just talk to them.
I agree with you, but no. What were you saying already? I would rather monkey climb off something.
I was just spitballing. I was just gonna spark something up with the new guy, like I'm saying. So feel free to take it.
No, such as what you got. Please.
And
What
Shredder.
you got?
Shredder and a bow. Go to VC check-in. 1.
Hey, listen. I'll gladly take over from now. So I got these two dogs that are competing for my attention, by the way. But I want to. Does anybody know what the Texas Rangers are? Man, they're so in order to buy anything there, you have to I don't know. But you have to put your
Well, who's got another video we can play so we don't have to listen to that? I don't want silence, but I also don't want off-topic drunken rambling. Anybody got a video?
Sorry, I've been reading a lot. I just read this Fat Mud in the live stream voice text. Is this person in the live stream?
He just was. Tried to speak to him, and then what just happened instead. He's gone now, so that's okay. We'll get someone else probably.
I was about to respond to him in the live stream voice text because.
Well, Fat Mud is an interview VC. I think he's trying to listen in on the check-in. His friends are in there.
I gotcha. Okay.
Yep. All right. Well, let's give There Was a Problem one more chance, since not really equipped to fill the airwaves at the moment, and he seems keen. Oh, we got Soybert Chudenheimer.
Yo, what's good?
Good day, sir.
Good day, sir.
Well, what do you have to say about the topic?
What's the topic?
Check server name.
Oh, the flat Earth.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's real. I mean, just
all right.
Look at the firmament in the sky. It's pretty real.
Haven't seen any globes anywhere in your travels?
No, I haven't seen any curvature yet.
Yep, still looking.
We'll find it someday, maybe.
Dang it.
Truth is out there.
Sorry.
Actually, it's right here.
Oh yeah, is it?
Think so. Yeah, just go outside and check it out. Truth is right here. Well, Soybert gets it. That's no fun.
My fault.
Where are the ballers that we can dunk on?
You want me to read a conversation I had with one?
Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
All right. Let's scroll up. Bro, everyone knows we have sent shit to space. Firmament, space being fake. To be fair, I trust science over you, because all you have are theories at best. Incoherent electrostatic acceleration is magnets. Planets are not stars, because I said so. Room temp IQ, because I can't debunk anything.
What are you saying?
It's too hard for me to explain, actually.
No, you don't have to explain all of it, but are you just like making a bunch of claims right now?
That was a conversation I had with someone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was about
I think he's
yeah,
just reporting on some things that he's heard ballers say to him.
Yeah, so
Oh, yeah,
basically, space is real because I said so. And you gotta trust me, bro. Because
Alright,
I'd rather believe all scientists instead of fact.
weird, wild world that we live in, man.
Hold on, he said, why can't we exist Earth? I guess the dome is depicted as beyond the stars. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was so busy responding to.
But what do you guys think of that?
Oh, it's pretty standard for baller idiocy.
You
To
know,
probably go
is
through any
Fat Mud in
conversation
here?
I've had. Sorry, go ahead.
Is Fat Mud in here? Because I want him to address what he's just said. Because
Sure, yeah, Fat Mud's here.
Yeah, the
Go on,
Tuskegee
Fat Mud.
experiment. The Tuskegee experiment was, Bill Clinton apologized for doing that well after anybody could be held accountable.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. The other person was talking. What'd you say?
I was just elaborating on what I was saying. The Tuskegee experiment absolutely did happen, and Bill Clinton, he apologized for it well after anyone could be held accountable. So he confirmed it. So I don't need to go back and confirm it for you. If you're welcome to look into it if you want to. I'm just letting you know the Tuskegee experiment and countless others, the MK Ultra. These are all documented in government documents. I'm not just pulling them out of my butt or from other conspiracy theories. These are written documents that the government has declassified for you to go read.
Mm-hmm. But do you know that they're proper government files? Because they could be faked.
They're on the official government website.
They're on the official what, sorry?
The official
This
government
is
website.
non sequitur to everything, but also Bill Clinton
can't hear
openly
her. You keep over-talking her.
Listen, Bill Clinton openly did a video on this where he openly admitted this, but it's also non sequitur to the discussion of subject. And I'd like to invite your girlfriend into the chat since she just got verified, bro. I was just trying to introduce her. Yeah, I was just trying to say and introduce her and then kind of segue that so Flatsy can talk to both of you, and then I'm going to mute up. Peace out.
Oh yeah, it is a non sequitur, and I'm sorry, I just didn't want to type it all out. I just wanted to say it over live stream. Just if you don't believe that your government lies to you and experiments on you, I mean that's just on you, man. It's out there for you to go and learn on your own. Anyways, yeah, of course. Let's talk about the Earth being flat and.
Let's talk about the Earth. I like to talk about the Earth.
Yeah, because we live here, we could check it out.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
We live here, man.
One thing is I've heard a couple people say that they. I'm not referring this to the other guy. I can't pronounce his name, but about how they don't trust the photos from space.
Have you seen them?
Why should you?
They can't be verified.
Okay, they can't. So why do you post pictures of from space of the Earth being flat?
We do.
We don't.
Where did we do that?
Space.
Where did we post that picture?
Yeah, what the
We
fuck?
need to get a copy of that shit, man.
I've seen plenty of you people posting pictures from space.
You people.
Oh, that's racist. You're racist.
That's
just go ahead and show us when we post.
Hey,
show us when we post it.
Don't.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at
You can't group together an entire group with the actions of one person.
No, this
Well, he's
isn't.
referring
I'm just
to-
giving an example. This isn't one person.
Who
Yeah,
says they
you're
got
just
a
referring to
picture
high
of
altitude balloon.
picture of flat
it-
Earth from space? Who said they got that picture?
Yeah, nobody
Hey, bro.
here believes in the second law of
Have you
thermodynamics.
seen yeah, nobody said space either. Have you seen the Virgin Galactic flight where they took some civilians up, like normies, up high? Well, they're not normies. They had enough money to pay for a ticket. So they're not normies, I guess. I'm saying non-military
I heard about
people,
that.
civilians, regular folks, normies. They're not astronauts.
I heard about that. What about it?
You don't know.
That's where that one picture that I sent came from. Was from Virgin Galactic's website.
And you trust that?
Well, you can go on it.
I enjoy pictures of high altitude photography, whether it's flat or curved with a fisheye, because it all looks cool. It's pretty pictures.
Fair enough.
It's okay to use hostile witnesses. Those are used in a court of law, so that's actually one of my favorite witnesses. So
What is sorry?
I said it's okay to use hostile witnesses. That's actually admissible in a court of law, and it's my favorite kind of witness.
Okay. So what are we actually going to talk about here? Because we haven't actually got on a proper topic.
I don't know, man. How much do you know about the globe? Let's find that out first.
Well, I've already had a discussion about this with Timbo and
Timbo?
Yeah, and this other guy that can't pronounce that name.
Were you able to provide Timbo with any globe proof?
Well, he kind of just denied everything I said, so not really.
Would that be a yes? Okay, so no.
Well, I'm not a scientist on it, so
Yeah,
I
but why would
only
you need
said
to
what
be a
I
scientist though to determine what shape something is?
I only said what I know, and what I know
Because
is
you know what science deals with, right?
what's that?
Cause and effect.
Cause and effect.
Mm-hmm.
So why would we use it to figure out what shape something is?
I'm unsure what
geometry.
cause and effect is. Like, what do
It's
you
cause and
think it
effect.
is?
You don't know what cause and effect is.
So there's a
It's-
cause
it's
and
kinda
there's an effect of the cause.
Hot
Well, you're definitely not a scientist. That was a true thing you said.
hot gas
Correct.
makes water boil.
What?
I said hot gas can make water boil. Cause and effect. Cause,
Sure.
hot. Effect, boil.
Okay.
Got it?
So what's the cause? What's the cause and effect of what you're saying?
I'm just using the science as science. We don't use science to figure out Earth. We might figure out physics on Earth using science, but the fact that the land that we're standing on is not moving, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, diverting in 11 different vectors around some magical space that
Why
none of
not?
us have ever been to. And you can't feel it, you can't detect it. There's no measurement.
That doesn't
for
mean
it.
it's not there.
Doesn't mean it's not there, but
Doesn't mean it is.
There's unicorns on the dark side of the moon. Doesn't mean it's not there, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Well,
Because we can't detect
well,
unicorns
it's
on the
different
far side of
because
the moon. Don't mean they're not there.
you don't think that the moon landing was correct. Was
Do you think
real.
that not detecting something is evidence for it?
Do I think not detecting something is
Yeah,
evidence
like
for it?
let's say you're standing next to a fire
Yeah.
and it's hot,
Mhm.
and then you're not standing next to the fire. That means you're not detecting heat, right?
But I can still see it, right?
Well, I don't know, maybe not, but
Okay, so let's just say I don't see it.
whatever, man. It's not there. That means you're not sitting in a fire right now. It's not there.
I mean, I am, but yeah, I get what you mean.
You follow the logic there?
Yep.
Not detecting something, is that evidence for something?
I guess simplified answer, no.
Not detecting movement of millions of miles an hour could be evidence that we're not moving millions of miles an hour. Follow me?
Okay, so so the scientists don't have proof that we're moving.
None.
None. So they just made it up and they just on the spot just.
Well, science is about
started-
cause and effect, though. So, what cause and effect relationship would you be looking into to determine whether the Earth moves or not?
Sorry, say that again. I was looking at the photo.
Well, what cause and effect relationship would we be looking at to see if the Earth moves or not?
Well, again, I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't know that
You
answer.
got that right.
Start for Alex.
Yep, and it's the second time you said that now.
Yeah, second
Got it.
time. That's because that was the second time you said that. So I just followed it up the same way.
All right, fair enough.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, like, we don't detect any motion of the Earth, right? And you say, well, that doesn't mean that it isn't moving. Okay, fine, fair enough. Where's the evidence that it is?
Just trust
The
me, bro,
evidence
it is.
of the Earth moving.
What's that?
What was your question, sorry?
Okay, so we don't detect any motion of the Earth. We seem to agree there. You say, well, that doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't move. So I'm asking, all right, where's the evidence that it does move?
Okay. Oh, so the sun, as you say, moves around us because that is an observation, right?
Well, that's what it seems to do.
Sure. And you don't think that there's a possibility that we move around the sun?
I already granted that to you, so now I'm asking where the evidence for that is.
Well, the other planets
It's begging the question.
They also move around the sun at different
Well,
speeds.
that's begging the question, though. You're assuming that the Earth is a celestial body wandering around in the sky, but we haven't detected
I
any
didn't
motion of
say
it,
that.
so why would we think that? Well, that's kind of what was implicit with planet. You said other planets, therefore inferring that the Earth is a planet, or implying, I mean, that the Earth is a planet.
Yeah. Earth is a
Well,
planet.
we can also
That's
we
what
can
we
also
define it as.
what we do observe is all the stars, even the ones in retrograde that you call planets, they are all moving relative to Polaris. That's
Okay.
what we observe.
Okay. Well,
The thing in question,
okay, I
Earth
just
being a
got.
planet, right? That's the
I
thing
just
that
got,
we're trying. Yeah, go
sorry.
ahead. Sorry. No, you go. ahead.
I just got message that not all science is cause and effect. Is that?
Yeah, it is.
Is that what you're saying? It is.
It's a method for determining cause and effect relationships in the natural world.
Okay, but not all science is that.
No, there's
That's the scientific
biology,
method.
but the scientific method, like in biology, you know,
Who
you're diabetic or
who came up with it?
That's natural science. I don't know who came up with it, but that's natural science.
Okay, so you trust people that you don't know about something that they came up with. You don't trust other people.
Well, it's just a method. What do you want me like? What am I trusting exactly? That's just the method. You do an experiment to see if this causes that. That's what it is.
Okay. Sure.
Hot fire causes boiling water.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Well, that could
Every
be
time.
debated.
Well, I
Hot
could
fire.
prove
If you put hot fire on boiling water, or vice versa, I think the boiling water is gonna either evaporate or
instantly boils to steam.
No, it doesn't instantly boil.
Yeah, sure it does.
Not instant means it doesn't take any time to boil.
Pennies.
Yeah,
So
it
do we
takes time
have
for
any
water to boil.
evidence of any of these core claims of the globe Earth, right, being curvature, rotation, gas pressure without a container? Do we have evidence for any of those?
Spin.
Not that I'm aware of, but again, it doesn't mean it's not real.
Wait,
Sorry.
someone said, why can't we exit Earth's atmosphere if the dome is beyond the stars?
Why can't we
I don't think we
exit
can exit
Earth's
it.
atmosphere?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms.
Do you guys know what a
gases don't-
GPS is?
No, we don't know. We never heard of that.
Never
yeah,
heard of that.
is this supposed to be some
Really?
new
That's
globe
crazy.
proof?
Was that what's
The
is that?
GPS is
The ground
is used
positioning system? The ground positioning system? Yeah, I've heard of it.
is used by the satellites, right? That you don't
Used
think
by my
that
cell
are in this.
phone.
Oh, satellites. So you've got orbit.
Oh,
okay,
wow,
so you have
that's crazy. But I
satellites.
wonder how it gets
Well, hold
there.
on a sec.
How does
Hold
it
on
get
a
to your
second.
phone?
I'm just trying to clarify because you said
Cell phone
satellite. So it
towers.
sounds like
Hang
you've
on,
got.
hang on. Let Hetrix talk.
Cell phone towers. They're all around my.
Yeah,
Flat
hold
Earth
on,
Professor,
FE.
let him
He
talk.
said satellites, right? So
Yeah.
it sounds like what you're talking about is an orbiting tin can in a thermodynamics violation, right?
I
That
don't
would be
think it's
the
made
outer
of a
space
tin.
vacuum. Yeah, well, whatever. And you also need a measured radius in order to have a satellite orbiting a globe, right? You're going to need that globe radius first to do the orbital mechanics calculation. So who measured that?
I can't tell you who, but I know someone did.
Well, how did they do it?
Well, not exactly sure, but I do remember that.
How they did it if you don't know what they did?
A long time ago, they someone in a ship went around the world, and they found themselves
Well-
at the same side of where they finished.
So they went in a circle?
They
I
went-
could do the same thing
yeah.
around my yard. Did I just prove that it's a ball?
Yep, exactly.
I mean,
You
that-
just proved
yeah,
it was a ball
you
right there,
did.
actually.
That's all it took, eh?
Bob, all right,
So
pack
is
it
there
up.
any
What's going on?
actual globe proof?
I mean, that was pretty. It was good proof, I reckon. I don't know about you.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
how
it's
do you
the
how do you
same-
not?
It's the
What are you-
same
what are you
proof that I
saying?
would use to argue that my yard is a ball. So I wouldn't say it's good proof.
But it still determines that your yard is a ball, correct?
No, it doesn't. That's the problem. Like I could do the same thing around my town, right? I could go in a circle around the town that I live in, end
And
up
it's a
where I
circle
began.
town.
A roundabout.
Well, not necessarily. I just traveled in a circle.
Roundabouts.
Well, it
Bunch of
is
mud.
like if I run my circle, if I run my finger around my cup, right? My cup's like a half sphere looking thing. If I run it around and I get to the same point, that's a circle, right? Or sphere.
It's a
Well,
circle,
you went in a circle.
not a sphere.
Sphere. Well, it's the
It's
same
a
thing.
circle. It's not a sphere. No. A sphere is a completely round ball, like a football or soccer ball.
Okay, my bad. I didn't think you guys knew that. Okay, I meant
So
a
it's
sphere.
it's fine if you guys don't have any globe proof. It's just that that's what we're looking for.
Okay, well,
So we were just hoping that you guys would be the ones, that you would show up with it and
okay.
finally would be
Hang
like,
on,
there it is.
You kind
All
of
right.
you kind of pushed away the satellite thing. I don't know.
No, I didn't. I asked you some questions about it, right? Because to have satellites in orbit of a globe, the first thing you would need is the measured globe radius, right? You can't do anything with orbital mechanics of a globe if you don't have that radius value first.
Okay. Give me a
Right,
quick
so
second.
somebody would have to have first measured the globe before they could start putting things in orbit around it, right? So that's why I went to the radius. I wasn't trying to push it away. I was just like, well, wait, how did we get to that? Right?
Okay, my bad. Okay.
Do you know the? Hey, Mud. Do you know the radius of the said globe?
Okay. So do you know how
the radius? Do you know the radius of the globe?
I'm sure
that
you
we were
could search
taught
it
in
up.
School. We could search it up. Yeah, I can search up unicorns on
Radius
Mars.
of the globe.
Is there unicorns on Mars? Check it
6
out, man.
Okay.
Search it up.
Unicorns on Mars.
Yeah.
Oh my god, look, there is. That's insane. It's a purple one as well.
There you go. See? So, yeah, you can search up anything, man. But they taught us in school what radius was, or maybe for like 2 seconds.
So we can clearly see that those unicorns are fake, though, right? Like,
well, clearly.
Yeah, clearly.
You
And
can clearly see that the globe is fake too, man. If you search up pictures of Earth from outer space.
okay, so the thing with satellites and the radius of the Earth is that you don't think that there's gravity.
No. Wait. We're just talking about getting the radius in order to put something in
They're all
orbit
connected, though.
around. Well,
They're
no,
all
it's not
connected
connected.
because you have
first things first. You got to have first things first. You can't make one calculation until you know the radius. Period. There's not a chance in hell you can do it because your shit will fly off into deep space.
Okay, so what if you just launched it into space
and
set
guessed
it to
and just guessed?
Well, space would be a thermodynamics violation unless somebody can demonstrate gas pressure without a container or gas pressure due to gravity, whatever that's supposed to be, bendy, warpy space-time or mass attracting mass, whatever you want to go with.
Yeah, there's two different kinds of gravities, man. There's Newtonian and Einstein. You got to pick one or the other. And
Are you familiar with anybody having demonstrated gas pressure without a container or gas pressure due to gravity?
I have $1,000
I've had this
on the
I've
table.
had this talk before.
If you can show me gas pressure without a container, I got $1,000.
Okay, it's weird because do you know who came up with the idea of that? Well, not the idea, but the facts that that gas cannot be contained without a canister or whatever.
Yeah,
I think that's just axiomatic natural law.
Yeah, so
it's a law of physics.
Okay, so
you can do it with your mouth,
but that doesn't mean that
you can do
the
it with
same
your
rules apply
mouth.
for the Earth.
Okay,
Close
fine,
enough.
fair enough. Okay, it's a special situation for the Earth, you say.
Yeah.
Okay, prove it. What's the evidence for it?
You prove it first.
Well,
It's
it's
your
not my
claim.
claim.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna. You're asking me to prove everything I'm saying, and you guys don't have to
Well,
prove
yeah.
anything.
Well, what did I
I know
say
you've
that
already
I should
proved a
prove?
lot, but that's
Well, what did I say that I should prove? I mean, you were the one who brought up outer space, right? And I went, hold on, right? That's a near perfect vacuum next to the air pressure of the Earth that we breathe, right? Why wouldn't that air pressure be filling it? Well, you're obviously going to tell me that gravity contains the air pressure here. So I'm just wondering if anybody has ever scientifically demonstrated air pressure due to gravity, because that's what you would need for that situation to be able to exist. So far, we only have people claiming it, but we've never seen it demonstrated.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at the damn unicorn on Mars. I'm sorry. That got me. It's in the live stream voice text. It's hilarious. Anyway.
Yeah, we just want the demonstration, that's all. If you don't got it, that's cool. Nobody else does either. So
Demonstration of what, sorry?
I'm not expecting much anyway, but gas pressure due to gravity.
Yeah, I got.
Okay, well, like if you think about it, it makes sense if the gas can be contained within the atmosphere because of gravity.
It makes
Okay,
sense.
that's the claim.
It's a claim.
What we need is demonstration.
Demonstration around.
Why do you have to see everything to believe it?
Well, because man, you know.
Okay, so
you live on
Well,
Earth.
why do you believe in things that you've never seen?
let me give you an example.
Why do you believe in things you've never experienced or observed?
Let me give you an example. Okay, so like, say right now someone was getting, I don't know, someone was getting murdered. Do you believe it?
It's not an extraordinary claim, but it depends. Maybe, maybe not.
On what? Okay, so you don't
So, a lot
believe
of
on
things.
things that
Who
you
said
can't
it?
see or can't demonstrate.
It really depends on the situation for that. But that's not an extraordinary claim, right? That's something that does happen and can happen, right?
Hey,
But
Right.
what you're talking about is
But-
like a
but
violation of
what-
natural law. That's an extraordinary claim.
Well, no, it's different because that's the law on Earth, but outside of Earth, it's different because that's.
Well, how
not
would you know?
Earth.
When were you last outside of Earth?
Exactly. When were you outside of Earth?
Okay, so
Never. Just admit it. Never. Obviously.
no, why are you making such a big point about it?
Well, I mean, have you been outside of Earth? Maybe you have.
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. So how would you know what happens outside of Earth?
How would you know what happens outside of Earth?
I didn't make a claim about what happens outside of Earth.
Exactly. We don't have a claim, dude. Come on.
Okay, so you don't claim the things that could be false.
That could be false. No, I don't claim things that could be false. Why would I do that? Well, I try not to, at least.
Don't do that.
We don't make unfalsifiable claims.
It's interesting to see how you guys think about this kind of stuff and what happens in
Oh,
real
like
life.
empiricism? Yeah, that's crazy
Yeah.
stuff.
What's that?
We like evidence. For,
You like
for
evidence?
claims. Evidence for claims.
Okay, so if someone was having a mental breakdown, but you couldn't see it, would you just say, "Oh, you're not having a mental breakdown. You're fine"?
No,
What
because
are you
that
talking about?
does happen, right? That is something that is
Right,
known
and
to
what
occur,
I'm
that
saying
does happen.
could
We've
happen.
seen people have mental breakdowns, right? So it's not really an extraordinary
Okay,
claim.
what about COVID?
right?
Did you guys believe in COVID when
Okay,
it first
that's
came
off
out?
topic. That's off topic. We can't
Well,
talk.
it's the same thing,
Non
right?
sequitur.
It's a
Back to the
different.
next topic.
Can't talk about that here. That's
Why
not
not?
off limits.
On live stream, bro. We can't
Yeah,
talk
yeah,
about it.
we'll ban you if you push it. We can't talk about that.
Okay,
talk
We
okay,
can't talk
fair
about
enough.
it.
But why not?
Live
You're still
streaming on
going.
YouTube.
That's
It
what
has nothing to do with us, man. It
Everybody's
has to
talking
do
at
with the
once, one
censorship
person at a
of the
time.
entire social media network type thing has a thing against it. It has nothing to do with us. We simply, literally cannot talk about it, dude.
Okay, that's the last word on that. Back to the topic.
Back to the topic of the server.
Interesting how you push that away.
Dude,
Okay.
Who said
do
that?
not just listen.
Bro, we didn't push it away. They could ban the whole server. We would
Yeah,
lose the server,
Kembo,
bro.
who just said it's interesting how you pushed that away?
That was
I did.
That dude.
Fat Mud, that was you?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, you're going on mute. Who else is left?
Anybody else want to talk about that?
Avu, do you want to talk?
I think that we should talk once at a time.
listening.
She's just listening. She's a listener right now.
How about Flatsy
said-
and Avu talk? And
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
guys
give it
got it
to
up.
I'm happy to talk. That's fine.
Abu's very young, she said.
Well, in a nutshell, yeah, we're empiricists. We like to know things, not just believe them. So, when you make an extraordinary claim about something like the vacuum of space being adjacent to a pressurized system, well, that defies the second law of thermodynamics. So, whether or not you think that it applies a law that applies to something outside of Earth, or nobody's ever been there, of course, but it's also saying that there's a pressurized system of gas pressure adjacent to the vacuum of space. That still applies to Earth and the laws of nature that we adhere to. So you would have to demonstrate gas pressure that we experience and breathe here on Earth without a container. It's pretty simple. Gas pressure, the antecedent to it is a container. Gas fills the available volume and presses on the walls of its container, i.e. gas pressure.
Like a soda can, if I open it, it goes.
Yeah. Like a propane tank. Like
propane tank.
Even if you want to mix in some different gases into a container, it's
Hey,
going to do
shout
the
out
same
to
thing. And you
shout out
can,
to Hank Hill. Hank Hill, man, the guy that did the Hank Hill voice died this week, man. Anyway, gas pressure. That made me think of Hank Hill. He's a
I think it was Dale, wasn't it?
propane salesman.
It was the Dale guy who died. Hank Hill is Mike Judge. He's still going.
Oh, I thought it was I got some bad info, man. Anyway, shout out to Hank Hill anyway. Love you, bro. I used to have these same conversations I'm having with we were having with Fat Man. I used to have with Hank Hill. I remember those days. He was not a flat earther then. He was still kind of on the fence, he said. Yeah, we would ask him about that gas pressure.
Hey guys, apparently, hold on, I'm gonna read something real quick. Why is it blocking us from exiting Earth if it also withholds the stars and space within it? So, what a Glober said.
What the fuck does that mean?
I don't know. That's exactly.
Dude.
Where's that at?
Yeah, it's in my own DMs.
Yeah.
No, I mean not the text. I mean like the literal space that they're trying to say. At what distance is that supposed to happen?
The firmament, the stars, or some shit.
Wow,
So they're making a claim based off of a claim based off of a claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a triple claimer. Damn, that's a big one.
The problem is that they keep making make up theories after theories after theory to support false theories. Like,
the problem is when they're in contention with the flat Earth, they try to fit flat Earth in the heliocentric paradigm, which is not possible.
He said because space is within the firmament, why can't we get to space if the barrier is not blocking our path to get to space?
Dude.
What's
unverifiable. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Next. New perspective. What's up, brother? All right.
What's going on? I was coming in hoping to talk to that Mud guy, but then I guess he left when you put him on mute.
Yeah. Him and his girlfriend, they boogie footed, man. He started going Coco 19, and we had.
He just needed a timeout to get the message on that. He'll be back.
I think he didn't. Maybe he didn't understand that it wasn't a topic that people didn't want to talk about.
I'm explaining. I'm actually explaining to him in DMs right now.
Tell him to come back. Tell him to come back and talk about flat Earth.
It's not that we don't want to.
He was asking good questions.
Did he seem honest? Did he seem like sincere?
He was trying, in my opinion, to come up with those answers for unicorns on Mars. But
he seemed to just be completely like a newbie. Thinking that people must not have looked up the most easy answers to all these questions. Like we're just sitting here like, oh yeah, I never thought of that. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, there's fucking satellites. Satellites must prove we're on a globe.
Right. Yeah, that's about where he was going. Yeah, that was about it. It was kind of fun. I enjoyed it. I mean, but we can pick somebody else, man, if we want to go.
Are there other newbies?
Yeah, we got a couple people up in here, man. What do we got?
Well, we have Dart Vector.
We got Dart.
And he was trying to put forth an experiment for gravity containing air pressure in the chat. He gave me Cavendish. So just wondering if he wants to speak to that here in the VC.
Why is that?
Sorry, my English is not so good, so I can't really good talk in English.
Where's my stapler? What was that?
I'm not
Somebody
from
said that
America.
he's not from
I'm
America.
from
Okay,
Russia.
You're not. Oh, you don't speak English. You're Russian. Yeah.
he's Russian.
Yeah, I'm Russian.
Yeah. How's it going, eh? Oh, no, that's Canadian. Never mind.
You new to the topic?
He's
Can I do
Russian,
what?
man. All the
Is
Russians.
he new to the topic? What's this? Who verified him? Are you new?
Who verified me?
Yeah. Well, are you new? Are you new to the topic? Flat Earth?
Not really. I'm in the topic of flat Earth in half of the year.
What year?
You're what? You're flat Earth.
Since January.
You're flat Earth for 4 years.
January. Since January. So, 8 months, 7 months. Okay.
Well, he's not new. Then he's a flat earther.
I don't know. He's VC verified. That's all I got, man. I never talked to Dart, but
No, I don't believe in flat Earth. I think that Earth is a globe.
What if
You
I
do
show
think-
you?
Why?
Wow.
You do think the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Why?
Oh, okay. So you're new to this.
January.
Yeah, you must
All
be
right.
new to Earth.
It's interesting that he said that he doesn't believe in flat Earth, but that's the other guy's problem too. It's not a belief. It's not even about knowing it's flat. It's about giving up a belief, and then what are you left with? Your
I
base
think
action,
you're
right?
the one who believe, and I'm the one who knows.
You
that
got it
Earth
backwards,
isn't
sir.
Flat.
Right. And I'm trying to help you with that because a lot of us don't think that it's a belief for a certain reason, right? Because when you have like your base axioms, like you can at least admit that you experienced the Earth, right? The stationary and level. Like if you didn't know all of the theories about it being a globe, right? If you were never exposed to that, you're just born on this Earth, right? And you're just grown to a man, never heard about like you're on a spinning ball. You just assume that you're on a stationary level plane, right? Is that
I
right?
saw the evidence of the spinning ball.
Yeah, but I'm saying without that, right? If you never had that, you
Never
would think
heard
it's
about
probably
what?
you would think it's, if you never heard about the ball, right? You've never heard that that we're on a planet. Like say you were just like born on this Earth, you never heard any of that. Let's just pretend that like it's a thought exercise. Okay?
Okay.
Like you never heard about the planet, right? If you never heard about it, you would assume that you're on a stationary plane, right?
At
Because that's
first,
what you
yes.
experience. Yeah, like you would think it's stationary and level because that's what it seems
first.
like for your experience. Right? So that's like your base axioms. Like that's where you start with like, okay, here's my environment as far as I can tell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, if you've never heard about that, now let's say that you looked into the idea that it was a ball, that was a planet. Let's say you looked into that and you found that it was completely fallacious. Like you found out it was just all made up, and these guys were like, "Oh, we're joking. It's not really a ball. We were trying to make you think that, but you're too smart." Right? Then you would just be left with your base axioms. You're not believing the whole thing's flat. You're just left with your experience locally, which is, stationary plane. It's not a belief. It's just what you experience. Like if you're sitting in a chair, you don't have to believe you're sitting in a chair. That's your direct experience. It's not a belief. So no one's claiming that the whole thing's flat or what we know all about what the whole Earth is. They made us think that we have to declare what the whole Earth thing is because they showed us this planet in space saying, here's the whole thing. Right? But if the whole thing that they're showing us is fake, then we're back to our base axioms. As far as we can tell, it's stationary level. It's not a fucking belief. It's just what we're left with after we give up the belief that we're on a ball.
We're letting go of the ball because we've never seen the ball with our own two eyes. Period. None of us have.
See, a lot of the mainstream pushes this idea that there's people out there believing in the Earth being flat, like a disc in space, like a flat planet. Like they always like conflate it with these ideas that we're still in space. But that's That's not even knowable necessarily. We don't know what space is. You'll hear flat earthers or people say that flat earthers say space is fake, but well, that's not really accurate because we don't know what space is. So how can we know it's fake? Whatever it is what it is. But people going out to space, that doesn't seem to check out. That doesn't seem to be the case.
He said that a massive object changes the direction of movement of objects.
I mean, mass attraction mass.
Maybe that would be this gravity.
What happened to the
phenomenon.
Russian dude?
That's he wrote that, and he's still with us, man. He's right there.
Was he the one talking about Cavendish? Yeah, he's the one that suggested Cavendish for
gas pressure. Cavendish.
I think so. Maybe that was confused.
That's a triple blind experiment.
Affirming consequence.
No, I don't think that's maybe he was confused on what the question was.
Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of a different experiment. But yeah, that was probably also affirming consequence too.
I want to know if you understood what we were saying about the belief thing, right? Like if you're just born on this earth.
Well, he said that air has mass. Air has mass. Air has mass is what he's thinking.
Yeah. Okay.
What's air made out of?
What's wrong with air having mass?
It's not gravity containing air. Next.
Why isn't he talking in a voice chat?
I don't know, because his English is shit. His English is shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not bad. It's better than you think, Dart. It's better than you think, man. Don't be afraid. You got this. You got this.
So I would think that in an experiment demonstrating gravity to be the cause of air pressure, that your observed phenomenon should probably be air pressure.
Right.
Electrostatics. Can't ever get rid of the electrostatics in the Cavendish experiment. You can never, ever eliminate all electrostatics. That's probably what's going on there.
But Cavendish has nothing.
We still don't have to.
With gas pressure.
We don't even have to make a. Yeah, no, it doesn't have anything to do with that. We don't have to make a claim about it. It's their claim. They're the ones pointing at the gradient and going, "Hey, that's caused by gravity," and we're just going, "Well, how do you know that?" And then they want to turn it around on us to make some kind of claim.
Right, yeah. But for people that see that there's if they believe there's some kind of thing going on there, which it seems like there might be an actual test that's showing something, right? And if he can't get out of that and he needs an answer that's not gravity, there's other viable options. So if once he learns that there's also other viable options, maybe he'll be able to at least see that electrostatics might be actually way more powerful than what they even claim gravity is. So, and he thinks they can eliminate it because they ground it or something, but that doesn't actually eliminate electrostatics because electrostatics is what everything's bonded by. You can never get rid of it. There's electrostatics everywhere. It's what bonds every molecule. If molecules are a thing, it's what keeps everything together. No one tries to argue that. But
any proofs? Any proofs? Anyway, gas pressure without a container. That's a good one, man. That's a tough one. That's tough.
Well, I don't like that. That one right there is like it always implies that you're saying there's a dome, and then you have to get into the argument of like what the dome is or whatever. You know, not that it has to be a dome. You know what I'm saying?
Could be a box for all I know, man.
I wish there was also like the reverse example of that. Like we don't know what the environment of Earth is, right? So we don't know exactly what it needs necessarily because it could have like a layer upon layer upon layer.
All I know is I can prove gas pressure with containment. I can't prove gas pressure without a container.
Right.
And nobody ever will. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, you don't have to say it's a shape. You just know that it is a container because that is the only
specify
thing it can be.
Yeah, I've never
next to a vacuum.
But the controlled opposition came in with here's a dome and the flat Earth and the ice wall and you got this and None
I
of
like
us.
that. Somebody else in here besides me was saying that a vacuum needs a container too. By the way,
That's true. 100%.
That's true because nature abhors the vacuum. You have to contain some sort of, and it's not even a vacuum.
Double.
man, you
It's
could.
not
That's
even a complete vacuum. So we're
that's
not
the
even. We
next
don't even
level.
have to.
I'll be here all
We
week.
don't even have to get down that road.
Take your
Vacuums don't even
weights.
exist.
Vacuum
Yeah,
does
perfect
need a
vacuum.
container. I can prove that too. 100%. No container.
Well, you see, this
no vacuum.
container, this is an ever expanding container. Oh yeah, what's an
That's
what's
the
it
ticket.
expanding into?
Yeah.
It's expanding into the expansion of the nothingness. There's just nothing. There's nothing there, but then there's something there because it expanded into something, but nothing.
Hey, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. It's like goes big and it goes. You got to go big or go home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Ever expanding, faster than the speed of light.
Yeah. Hey, they had to double the Big Bang. It happened 27 billion years ago. Yeah, that's the ticket.
Hey, Kenny, what's this I hear about tomorrow? Is going to be a debate between Jaron and Nathan Oakley tomorrow.
Well, we'll see how that
You hear
goes.
that?
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Is that in the morning? Is that on Nathan's show in the morning? Or what?
I have no idea where it's going on, man.
Anybody know?
Well, check it out, man. Back to Darth Vader.
Did you hear about that? Am I just bringing that out of nowhere? Or you already talked about that?
I did hear about it. I think this morning, man. I heard somebody talking about it.
Yeah, I heard about it earlier tonight from Kiwi.
So
about who's it's going to be over the science proof. It's supposed to be about the science really prove anything.
That's it. That's the agenda. The science proof.
All right.
Fuck
Okay.
all.
Here's somebody.
The science proof. Fuck all. Yeah. Well, if you use a scientific method, I think you can prove all kinds of shit.
The video that he gave that was just posted that was going to announce it has been deleted. So maybe it's canceled. Who knows? Or maybe he put the wrong link.
Dark Vector.
I was just listening on YouTube, and Jaron Nathan discussion is on the Asylum tonight at 8:00 GMT.
All right. Thank you.
All right. That's like, what is that? Noon for us? For me? Something like that.
I don't know.
That would
Well, if you go into the Asylum server, it'll probably tell you to your time zone.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Somebody will link it up, man. We'll check it out. Hey, we got Goat in the house. Goat's been VC verified. Dark Vector, man, he had a question. Or no, Heretic. I mean,
So that Mud guy didn't want to come back. Did you ask the Mud guy to come back or no?
He ain't coming back right now, obviously.
Ain't coming back. No.
What question?
No more.
Did you have a question, Dark Vector?
I'm better typing it.
He's typing. He's better at typing.
Oh, okay.
Did you guys catch that?
Because Google Translate and such things.
Yeah, Google Translate, all that, man. There's a bit of a language barrier. That's all.
He's asking what air pressure is.
I do have a question for Darth. Right. How are you going to get the force that air exerts on the walls of its container without a container?
That's the magical question of the decade. It is. For me, it is. I don't know about the rest of you. If you can have pressure without a container, it would be amazing. It would literally win you like a Nobel Prize. Or
Force that air exerts on the walls of its container without a container.
It's a bitchin'. It's an impossible task. I appreciate you guys trying. Enjoy your failures. Enjoy them. as much as your successes as well, man. Enjoy those too, but that's gonna fail in utter misery. Utter. And that's just the way it is.
Hey Kenny, I just put the link for the Earth Awakenings channel in the live stream because you should go back if you get a chance. If anybody wants to,
Yeah.
go back like an hour, 2 hours, I guess, 2 hours. Cyrus was on there. You know, Cyrus used to be in here all the time,
All right.
right?
Check it out.
He was in there just breaking down like Tesla and you know, Charles Modius Steinmetz and all kinds of. He just did like a 2 hour lecture over there. It was fucking fascinating. All of the electrical, is it electrical ether knowledge and stuff. Really cool.
Did you catch the astronomer today?
No, was he in here?
Earth Awakenings.
Oh, you mean Professor Parks?
Yes. Did you catch that?
Yeah, he was in there. He was in there.
Oh,
trying to get Witsit to go in and confront him.
Yeah, it'll happen eventually.
Oh, it's already happened a couple times. He had Witsit had him on the show. You should see that actually. Witsit's interview with him. It's pretty good. It was pretty civil discussion. You know, he just basically, you know, when it got to that point of like, well, what have you considered this? When he's like, well, that's not like, it's not what I do because our profession assumes that it's not that, right? My profession assumes that.
Yeah.
And if you ever got to that point where like, you know, and he does believe that if there was ever anything that was valid or you know, noteworthy to take note of, or for the science community to be aware of, that they would actually do so. But so he needs to make that next step where they're like, wait a minute, there's some filtering going on here for a reason, maybe, and they can't. I mean, I don't blame him. It's his profession, I guess. You know.
Yep, that's his profession.
Start over at this point. Once you're in, you know, it's like then to give up the idea that it might be fraudulent, the whole profession, right?
Well,
that's pretty hard for a lot of these people.
Can you compare him to Matthew Learns? No. Right? However, they're both
Matthew's just a Matthew.
They're both professors, and they're both are kind of like wanting to hang out with us. What's up with that? You know,
it doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Right, keeping eyes on them.
Makes no sense.
I have a theory, is that if they were to go like and just hang out with the same people that they hang out with all the time, their conversations wouldn't last more than a couple of hours, man. They'd be like,
yeah, like right?
Did you see the news? Hey, Russia just landed on the moon. Did you see that? Let's check it out together. Okay.
Oh, it's great. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna talk to you anymore.
Good, man. Look at that. That's fucking bitching. All right. And then after like an hour or two, man, they'd be like, all right, I'll see you guys later. Right? They wouldn't have anything that challenges them, that gives them passion to live, man. Passion to question shit, man. They would be so fucking bored that we bring out their passion of looking at shit, man. And that's, you know, that's the Xanax and the man.
I thought you were going somewhere else with that. I thought you were going to say, like, because if it was actually real, they wouldn't be back again. Like, they would have their 2-minute discussion with the people that are questioning the validity of their whole profession.
Right.
They would find out that those people are wrong and not spend any more time with them. But because they're spending more and more time with us, it's like they must either know we're right or have a feeling that we're right. Or, yeah. Otherwise, it would be like, you know, hey, you know, like carpentry, right? Like somehow carpentry is declared fake. You're like, wait a minute, I'm a carpenter. I do this all day long. What the fuck? I'm going to go talk to these people that think that I don't build things or something. You know, I mean, that's a pretty weird example. But like, you know what I'm saying? And then you're like, okay, these guys are idiots, right? They were actually idiots. You wouldn't ever talk to them after the first 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, you'd be done.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my thinking is that, I mean, they know, but they can't admit it. They're so sucked into their professions that, you know, but they love hanging out with us because, you know, we're going to bring up every fucking thing you can think of. And
maybe they're masochists and they really hate it. They hate every second of it, but they can't put it
can't
down
let go of
because
their jobs, man. They
we're right.
can't.
They know we might be right.
They can't let go of their jobs, but they know hanging out with us is like way better than hanging out with all their constituents. They've gone to 100 conferences with these Mongos, man, and hung out with them. It's like, oh shit, these people are kind of boring, But
or they're just trying to find some way that they can find us wrong, but they can't, right?
Well,
they're trying to convince themselves that we're wrong, so they don't have the nervous breakdown that's coming if they find out we're right.
I like
they're just trying to prevent the fucking nervous breakdown from happening. Which is a lot of these people. I mean, Rufus was in here saying he'll go to a fucking institution if he finds out that we're right.
Well,
he must know we're right. You wouldn't be around, and they wouldn't stick around if we weren't right. They wouldn't be here after 5 years, 10 years. We wouldn't be here. We would have found out that we were wrong a long time ago.
We would have gone, hey man, we're totally wrong. I'll see you guys later, man.
Right.
That was a fun little journey.
Right.
That was like 1979 Saturday Night Live. Oh, it was great. You can't repeat it, man. Thanks. That was cool. It can't be.
You can only get away with calling flat Earth a fad or like just a random stupid conspiracy theory for about a year, and then it would have been gone. It would have been gone.
It would have been like blasted out into outer space.
Right?
Yeah, but
based on your direct fucking self-evident
self-awareness, self control. Yeah, it's like it takes everything away from you when you introduce outer space, man. It's like, wait a minute, man. That's like way out there, and I'm over here on Earth, bro. Let's check out Earth. Earth is like not moving and shooting and spinning and some kind of crazy orbits and millions of fucking years or billions and trillions. Fuck, I don't know how many billions of years they're up to now, but yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. If self-evidence is anything at all, man, just enjoy it if you can find it, because it's pretty awesome, man. Thanks for playing.
Well, could I ask a question to Dart before I go? Did he get what I was saying about it? Like it's a loss of a belief. Did he understand that? Did you understand that, Dart? Is he still here?
Yeah, I'm still here, but I'm not quite understand what you're saying.
Well, like if you were just born on the Earth, remember
you
I
can
said,
type me, and will use.
Yeah, he can type you, man. Be careful. Don't ask for too much.
I don't want to type all that. Come on, I gotta go. Dart, I'm asking. Did you get what I was saying about it? Your direct experience is a stationary level Earth. Right? You're directly experiencing.
If I appear suddenly on the Earth and I don't know anything about the planets and such things, then what will be my thoughts about the stationary of Earth and such things? Yeah, I agree with you that if you just appear suddenly, at first you will think that you're on a flat stationary Earth.
Right. Now, would that be a belief that you are?
Yep.
Would that be a belief then, or would it just be like what you assume it is? Because
would it be self-awaring, self-evident?
It would be self-evident. It would seem self-evident, at least, right?
It would seem obvious.
Like if that's all you'd ever knew, then you wouldn't go around saying, "I think the whole world is flat. I believe it. I believe the Earth is flat." You don't have to have a belief if you're just born here, never experiencing anything but your direct stationary level experience. Then that's what you're left with after you give up the idea that you're on a ball. If you found out that the spinning ball is fake, then what you don't have to have a new belief, because you're just left with your base axioms. The base axioms. You understand what that means? Base axioms?
Base observation of reality.
Your direct experience. Your direct
experience. There you go.
Self-evident experience.
Self-evident experience.
So if there's just one thing I can leave you with as far as my input goes, it's just that you know that It's not the mainstream's confused this whole topic as people believing in flat Earth. So just if you can stop saying that at least. It's more so that we gave up the belief that it's a ball and we're left with our direct experience, which isn't a new belief. It's just what you're left with, like, which is what you would have had if you didn't ever believe in the ball. All right.
Drop
Get
the
it?
ball, man. Dropping the ball. That's
Yeah,
it.
that's why we need to. We still need to have those T-shirts that I thought of that one day, Kenny. T-shirt says non-believer. That's what we all are. We're just non-believers. Ball levers. Non-believers. You get to play on words, even though your English is your second language.
Non-ball believer.
That might have been a play on words that doesn't translate. But
Yeah, it's all right. I got it. I'm laughing.
all right, guys.
Hey, thanks, New Perspective.
Yeah, I just thought, stop in and say hello. I'll come
I
back.
appreciate it, man.
Talk
You
to you
know
soon.
me, man. I'm
All right, brother.
here.
Hey, did you get that song I sent you, by the way? The one in the
Yeah, man. What the fuck's up?
you.
Dude, that thing blew up. Fuck.
Yeah, I guess it did. Other people posted it. I saw.
Oh, dude, it's like,
My friend from Illinois sent it to me.
yeah, there's a shitload of people putting it out, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a good. I guess I should post it now that everyone's listening to it and listening to us talk about it.
These guys have all heard about it somewhere.
Maybe
been
I'll
everywhere.
repost it just because
It's everywhere.
Is it okay?
It really is, man. At this point, yeah, there's people doing videos about it and shit. It's crazy.
It's really it's just a simple song, but it's for some reason they did just the performance of it and everything's well done.
I can appreciate it.
I'll post it here just because I decided to find it.
Flatsy Klein, I played it. She heard it the other night.
Oliver Anthony, Richmond, north of Richmond.
It's a straight up like, hey man, they're fucking us over, man. This sucks. No shit, Sherlock. Fuck.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for the information, bro. No, he doesn't do it with a lot of passion. Hey man, I saw some video from the Sturgis motorcycle get together. Have you ever heard of Sturgis?
Sturgis, yeah. I was actually in near Sturgis when I moved
up there.
When we were coming out through North Dakota.
Right.
It's North Dakota, right? Or is it South Dakota? South Dakota.
Yeah, it's up there, man. So
yeah.
Sturgis, man.
We've done our camp. Well, there was like, I was just gonna say that's a big, huge motorcycle event, right?
It's huge, man. Like, 100, 200,000 people show up. I don't know, man. It's a lot.
So we were looking for a place to stay the night, like looking for a hotel room, and we couldn't find any fucking vacancies whatsoever, right? So we ended up finding this little camp spot, and we're like so tired. We drove all day, like it was just wanted to fucking sleep. We're like, oh shit, we have to use our tents. Okay, we'll find this fucking campsite. It's like, not that great, but it's enough to get, pitch a tent, sleep. As soon as we fucking put our sleeping bags around us, start to get some sleep, we hear, and these motorcycles just like started in like one after the other surrounding our tent, right? And they stayed up partying all night long, right? We're like, fuck. And we were like kids just going out to college. So we were like gonna get up and start partying with them. We didn't know anything. We're a little bit like freaked out. We just too tired to even fucking deal with it. Yeah. We should have got up and party. Now I wish I would have got up and just started partying with them.
Yeah, well, hindsight's 2020.
Right.
Anyway, Sturgis, man. I saw a video from Sturgis yesterday, man. That there's this Budweiser tent and with this big like beer compound with tables and chairs and there was nobody in there, dude. And across the street, man, it was like bumping. It was crazy, man. Anyway, that's why I brought up Sturgis.
Nice.
The Budweiser's not selling well. right now, man. There's a big problem with the Budweiser sales. That's all I got to
Just
say.
because of the whole Bud Light thing.
Yeah, it's huge, man. It's like, yeah, it's
funny.
everywhere.
It tastes like piss anyway. It's the worst. I can't understand anybody like after like you're a microbrew guy.
I know.
Did you ever even like?
No, man.
Man.
I started out on Lone Brow and went to Heineken and St. Pauli Girls and Beats Wicked Ale. Yeah, I went down the trip of small quality breweries, man, throughout my life. I'm fortunate, but Heineken got big. St. Pauli Girls, good luck finding that.
What would you say if you could do the top 5? Like, you know how you sent me that list and I brought out all that beer to you?
Top 5, dude, that would be tough. I have to take a couple days on that one. There's so many local.
You put Three Floyds in the top 5 as far as breweries go.
Damn, Three Floyds has got some great stuff, man. They got Space Station Middle Finger.
Yeah,
Space Station Middle Finger. I think.
Right.
What a name for a beer, dude.
And the artwork, as far as packaging,
and the artwork, where the space station is flipping everybody off.
Yeah, then Space Dust. They got one called Space Dust.
Space
Gumball
Dust. That's a different brewery. That's
Three Floyds.
That's not Space Dust. Is not Three Floyds. You're thinking of. You're close. It's not. Space Dust is Elysian Brewing Company. Elysian.
Really? Well, Gumball had Three Floyds, right?
But Space Station Middle Finger, man. Damn, what a flat Earth flip off, man, for a beer. Those bastards. Yeah.
Zombie Dust.
Zombie Dust. That was it. That's the other one. Yeah. That's Three Floyds. Yeah, that's a great beer. Oh my goodness. One of the greatest beers I've ever had anywhere on tap, period. I mean, I was in Chicago when I got it too, man. It was like
just a heads up, that song that you showed me, Jim's on VHS's Discord, they were talking about that song.
It's all over the place, right?
Yeah, they were talking about it. It was causing some controversy with some folks. It's the guy that is like the head of the Jim's on VHS. He, gave that guy props.
Yeah, a lot of people did.
A little bit, but he said that he got his songwriting and came across very well. So he had some nice things to say and a bit of critiques, but he's a songwriter and big into music and that kind of folky art, like Americana style.
So this guy's kind of a nobody that just blew up with this song recently.
Yeah, it just blew up in the last week and a half.
Yeah, after you showed it to me, I had visited Jim's on VHS's Discord server, and they were talking about it.
Yeah, it's everywhere. That's the kind of point I was bringing up. It's like this guy went everywhere with the simple song standing out in his backyard or whatever.
Right. Okay. So what I was going to say is, if he just came out like that, think about like if his next song, like everyone's going to be looking for what his next song is or whatever.
Right.
And it's a flat Earth song, right?
Does anybody know how he blew up?
If he blew up and then all of a sudden he's got a flat Earth song that follows it up, would that fuck everything up? Would they like, oh shit, no?
Does anybody know how he blew up though, or do you just know that he did?
No, my friend sent it to me. I don't know.
Yeah. It's been passed around. All my people that I trust their judgment for the most part. I mean, even those guys were posting it, and I'm like, okay, fuck, I got to check out this song now. I put it off for like almost a week because I kept seeing it everywhere, and I'm like, I usually don't go for everything that's everywhere all the time. I mean, like the Maui fires, it's everywhere right now, man. I'm trying to look in different directions right now. I'm like, okay, what are they up to? What's going on over here? I mean,
that's some weird shit.
But yeah, so it can be a little bit of a head trip out here in reality world, I call it.
I only see that it's weird because there's a lot of people writing stuff like that on Gems on VHS and Western AF,
Yeah.
and they don't ever blow up like that, even though they've got nice field recordings and
Yep.
they
What's
have
the
a lot of
controversy?
talent.
Why is there
Well, yeah,
controversy?
some of them do. Yeah, some of them do write about it.
This one, I think this one blew up because it's so divisive. It
Divisive.
divides. It's divisive. Yeah, divisive.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
it should be.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I I'll have to hear it again. I liked it, but I don't know the lyrics enough now to think back on it and go, oh, that must be the line.
I don't know, man. It's just talking about the rich people over there, and they're doing this weird shit with kids, and you're like, what? It's just like,
Okay.
okay,
And it implies all rich people are pedophiles, huh?
it does.
I think
It
I think
does.
it had something to do with like fat shaming or something too.
Oh, okay. Some fat
Yeah,
shaming in there.
there's several messages in it that I don't know. You know JP,
Yep.
New Perspective. Yeah, he did a little piece on it.
Oh, okay.
Check
I'll
that
look at
out,
that.
man. Yeah, he
Right.
breaks into it and pauses it and talks about what the hell the guy's talking about because yeah, the banks. Yeah, he's into a little bit of everything in that song, man. How it sucks to be a
Did
slave
you
out
catch
here.
that? Speaking of JP, he showed up in a video that I didn't expect him to show up in. That was actually in this server. I was looking at the music in here, and there was a rap song, a kind of a recent rap song. Have you seen that one?
Nah.
And him and a bunch of other people that you wouldn't think that. I mean, they're kind of like flat earthers that are in this video. And I think it's it's a flat Earth. It's more political than flat Earth, right? Like maybe you could watch it at night and know it's flat Earth, but he's in there, and I'll find it. It was like this guy's a really good rapper, and I was like, oh shit, this is kind of like
a little bit
thing
of truth.
that JP showed up in. So, and he's I think he and Witsit know each other now, and he's going to be one of those main guys that'll be sitting pretty when more and more people find out about this, because he's got a popular show. He's funny as fuck.
Well, didn't he do it? Didn't you and I watch him taking apart the flat Earth? Remember?
Yeah, that we thought he was.
You and I watched that together, right? Right?
Yeah, but we thought then you get it.
Brought up. He brought up
fun of it. He made fun of it to promote it.
Right? Yes.
Yeah, but he was acting like a stupid baller in his first video.
Yeah.
You're like, this is so stupid. Of course, we know the Earth goes around the sun. I mean, you can feel it. You can feel it. You can feel the wind in your hair. That's how you know.
Yeah, that's a must-watch for all flat earthers. I think, man.
It's a funny video. Now that you know who he is, it's even funnier because it's that's when he was new.
Yeah, that's when he was new, right? Yeah, that's when I first heard of him. You and I watched that shit together, and I was like, oh shit, this guy's giving us our own points, man. What the fuck?
Yeah. And then it was you're kind of questioning at first, is he trying to make flat earthers look stupid by being this kind of stupid hippie guy? But no, he's really smart, and he was doing it in a way that by the end of it, you're like, oh, that's hilarious.
The same thing he did with the life jackets. Remember the life jacket thing? Hey man, if you don't have your life jacket, man, that means you're putting me in danger.
It was kind of like, it was just going outside with that instead of a mask.
You're putting me in danger because you're not wearing your life jacket.
Right.
Well, that only makes sense, That was so clever, dude. I mean, I had to give it to him, man. That's the kind of shit you and I would have thought of. Like, oh yeah,
right?
Let's do that. Yeah, let's do the life jacket thing. That makes sense. Let's compare it to that.
Right?
Yeah. Oh.
He's like the Kato Kaelin of flat Earth. I don't know why.
So yeah, he's out there, man. I mean, you have
he's
to
like
bring
a personal trainer. Live on some rich guy's house, like rich guy's backyard house or something. I don't know. No, he's rich. I don't know how he got all his money, but he's actually in some mainstream commercials too. You know that, right?
Yeah, man. He's pretty.
Yeah, like it was not a flat Earth thing. It was like a regular mainstream thing.
Yeah. He's a good salesman. He's providing. He does
Yeah.
a lot of comedy shows where he goes to clubs and travels the comedy circuit, man. It's still a thing, man. I don't know if you guys know that, but comedy is, they have clubs everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost tense. You know what? It went through a whole transition. When you think about it with the VC thing.
Yeah. But no,
Yeah.
there's still clubs. People go and sit and have dinner. And
It got. And I guess the mainstream comedy. I think it took a big hit with Chris Rock getting supposedly slapped by fucking Will Smith.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
that's the
That was
mainstream stuff.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Like, it's like really they did that, huh? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, there was the whole thing about like attacking. Then right after that,
attacking somebody
somebody
who's
trying to be funny on stage, right?
making
And
fun
also
of
political
somebody.
correctness stuff that's going on too.
Political correctness, man. That shit's
And
been
Flat
around
Earth
for
is
20
going to
years.
be the line in the sand. That's what I'm getting to. Flat Earth is going to be the line in the sand for comedy. Like, who's taken it over a little bit? Already gone a little bit over with that is, of course, Owen Benjamin, but fucking what's his name? Goat Boy. What's his name?
Who?
Brewer. Jim Brewer.
Jim Brewer.
Yeah, Jim Brewer. Yeah,
Yeah,
he knows this flat. He can't say it, but
he had Eddie Bravo on his show, man.
And Music Man, Flat Earth Music Man,
and Flat Earth Music dude, man, guru dude. Yeah.
And they were just laughing. They were laughing their asses off at stuff that was saying everything but the Earth is flat. It was like, we're not going to space. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, that was a big push for Flat Earth, and
his anti-pandemic stuff was the best, though. Trust the science. Trust the science.
He had that special called Somebody Had to Say It. So yeah, shout out to Jim Brewer.
Right, I think he's the only mainstream, except that now you got. Recently, I saw David Spade and Dana Carvey doing a whole bit about Fauci and the whole stay at home type.
There you go.
Now, when you have those kind of guys talking about it, that makes you feel more comfortable. We're never going to go back anytime soon, at least.
Ain't gonna go back.
At least not for that kind of threat. Now they're going to have to do the outer ponder thing or the whatever, the asteroid thing maybe or something.
Who knows, man?
Did you ever watch that Iron Mountain? You know what Iron Mountain is? It's like basically like the Rockefeller paper we saw, we read way back before the whole thing, the 10 years before.
Oh yeah, it's called it was the Rockefeller thing called Lockstep.
Lockstep, yeah.
Lockstep.
Well, this was like before that. This was like back in the Kennedy administration. It's called Iron Mountain. You can find it on BitChute. I'll send it to you. It's basically just a plan for the new world of no wars, so silent weapons for quiet wars kind of thing. Like because we want to move to this point where we're not like actually doing damage to each other, country to country. We want to do like a worldwide thing that makes people feel they're at war without actually having to be at war, but it's a constant war. It's a continuing war. It'll be forever war. It's constantly generating the kind of money we're making from the wars that we used to put you through. So we're not going to kill you, but we're going to psychologically, mangle you indefinitely forever.
That seems like the plan. I mean, that would be my plan. I mean, like, I'm going to psychologically, rape you basically for the next 20 years. Yeah.
Well, there was somebody posted this thing. Did you see? You go over the cave at all still and check in on that? I think
occasionally.
Big Ed posted something I just downloaded. It's like a patch from the PSYOP union or whatever. Like, we're PSYOPing you. Oh shit! Maybe I didn't have enough room to have it, but it said PSYOPs because physical damage heals.
That's right.
You've been fucked by a PSYOP because physical damage. Here it is. I did get it. Psychological operations. Here it is.
Who's still with us, man? We got Beats.
You just been fucked by science because physical wounds heal.
Not bad, not bad. Hey, Beats, Dart, Vector, AJ, Chris, Sam. Somebody, man. Somebody jump in here. Ether Grass.
I'm debating ballers on Facebook.
Don't go
Oh,
on
I'm
Facebook,
sorry.
man. Facebook's
Sorry.
a CIA op, dude. 100%.
That's where the most
destroying
normies
here
are.
because one of these ballers came on and said that all the flat earthers are too scared to debate science with him, and so far we've done about 20 posts and he still hasn't given me the definition of science apart from I drop things and they go down.
Well, that's where most people are at still. That's all they have to know. That's what they were told in school. Things go down, gravity. Boom. Done.
Yeah, so I've asked him to define science.
So have you gone back and forth about the scientific method already?
Oh, I corrected him on his science and gave him the scientific method, and he hasn't posted back, but now all the other trolls are coming in and telling me, we know that it's a curve because we know when we look across sea level, we can see the horizon, something that you can't have on a flat earth. And I'm like, wow, dude, you sure
And
about that? Where are you getting horizontal lines from?
Paris from New York, yeah. They think you can see forever still, huh?
You can see forever? Who said that?
That's what one of the main arguments is. Well, if the Earth's flat, why can't you see Paris from New York?
Oh, that one. Oh, that's interesting, man. I was out in this like snowstorm once, man. I couldn't see across the street, man. It was weird.
Exactly. Well, that's the whole trick. If they think they can see stars from billions of miles away, then why can't you see across the fucking plane, right? You should see the whole thing.
On a clear day, they would add. On a clear day.
On a clear day, yeah. Or there's actual ballers that have been in this conversation for more than 5 years that are saying that you wouldn't actually have a horizon on a flat Earth. They would just kind of like fade into like you would see a separation that would just fade into like a blurriness, but it would never be a defined line. That only comes from a globe that looks flat.
Timbo, what's upside down, man?
Australia?
Yeah, well, it makes so much sense that, our eyes would perceive angular resolution, and the ground must be curving down in all directions, even though it ramps up in our vision. That makes sense.
That's weird. And I just had to say, Timbo, what's upside down? We've been teasing about that for a while. And that's my new term, man. What's upside down? People, talk to me. Anyway, instead of just like, what's up? It's like, you guys get it. What's upside down? Okay. Maybe I'm losing it, man. You guys help me out.
No, it's funny. It's funny.
Help my ass. Fucking.
I was just
pull the
muted.
plug, man. Put me on mute or some shit. Yeah.
I was just messaging Dart. I'm going to send him my Flat Earth Beginners playlist.
There you go. That'll keep him busy.
For newbies, without that context, to argue with somebody about this when they have no idea why people even they're saying things like gravity is real, they don't have any context for why this conversation still exists for 10 years now.
Well, I've been talking about that actually. With the footage that people watch, it appeals to emotion. Like it does that cinema feel where they pan over with a drone with the music and the ambiance and
gotta have the music.
Well, I don't like that necessarily. I like it when people
No,
like give
don't
me
like the music.
citation and
I
like
hate the
documentation.
fucking music.
And
That's why I said. Like,
yeah, exactly. Like
why do you
like
gotta cook it up with such a fucking shitty music, man?
that's true. Yeah.
I
Right. That's
hate-
how I feel about it. I don't like it that they're appealing to people's emotions because
Yeah.
people will make decisions based off of their emotions instead of empirical and
Especially
like
that trauma music, man. It's like
evidence.
boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah,
Trauma
I
music.
knew I was talking about it with somebody, and
Yeah, I was
yeah,
talking about it with you. Yeah, a couple
I
nights
don't
ago.
like showing people those videos. I just don't. It's not
Yeah,
the
me
way.
either, man.
I'd
I don't.
rather show
I don't
like
usually
real evidence.
pass those along, but
Some people will look at real evidence and still deny it, though.
hey, you know what? Water's level, and people will be like, "No, man, curves." What?
That's so true.
That's funny. You're funny. You're funny. You're funny. You should join a comedy club, man.
It's just some flat earthers have replaced like using citation and empirical evidence with more like wild claims and speculations. And man, like yeah,
No,
it's
we
fun
can't
to
have that shit.
speculate, but we have to be careful not to replace crazy ideas with other crazy ideas, because then that's going to drive people away even more.
Well, that's been
I,
going on throughout this whole journey. There's been a lot of claims on the flat Earth side and the globe. Obviously, the globe side. I mean, there's been claims for going on for centuries.
yeah, definitely.
You know,
Which speculations are you talking about?
Just like everything's vibration.
okay, we got a dome. You got a dome. New perspective.
Dome.
Where's the dome? Where's the
Yeah,
edge? You know,
or the outer
you
ponds
got an
and
ice wall. You got an ice wall. Where's the ice wall, man?
yeah.
I
mentioned the outer ponds because I think that's what they're gonna say, and not
Well,
that I believe in the outer. If I had to guess, I'd probably think there probably are outer ponds, but it doesn't mean that it's just speculation.
Yeah, because I only observe one sun, and I know that right now it's cold in Australia, so their
Yeah, we
south.
wouldn't be able to see their sun probably if we can't even see
Well,
ours when
I'm
it
just
goes away.
saying the sun also keeps us where we are, not just the treaty. So
Right.
Exactly.
The sun is a great way to observe where you live. Just
absolutely.
track the sun for a couple years and see how it goes, man. See where it is in January and February and March, April, May. Yeah, keep track of the sun and the moon. And just check it out, man. Don't believe me? Wow.
I think people really like the idea of outer ponds, but I've never subscribed to the outer pond thing. Like I just don't. I don't see that
I don't
possible.
think it's a matter of just subscribing to it. It's like we don't know. We don't know if there are or
That's
not. We just
yeah.
don't know.
I observed one sun, not many,
Apparently,
and there would
Flash,
have to be.
there was Admiral Byrd went on television, said, "Hey man, there's a bunch of fucking land over there. Check it out, bitching."
Yeah, that's an
gold.
extraordinary claim.
It's a hell of a
It
claim,
did
man.
say it was full of vegetation and stuff like that in his
Yeah.
diaries and stuff. Yeah, that's not possible. Unless there's another sun.
Don't know.
We just don't know. We just don't know. I mean, how can we assume anything? That's the whole thing's about not assuming anything and not believing anything. That
Well,
you
I
can't prove.
observe. I think that we all can say that we all observe one sun, and the way that it works.
In this pond, we
Flashy,
only
listen.
prove one.
There's got to be something holding the water in, whether it's ice
Oh
or
yeah, of
fucking
course.
sand or rock. I don't know what the hell it is, man, but it's definitely some shoreline somewhere.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I just, what the reason is that when people say that it doesn't make any sense to think that there might be something more than what we know here, like this pond, whatever it is, this area, whether there's a container or not. Like, say there is a container, what's on the other side of that container? Like, if we don't think it's space anymore. We don't think we're surrounded by space. So, like, I'm not saying it's infinite, but if even if you got to a barrier where you couldn't go any further, then you put your hand through that barrier. What does your hand go into a non-reality? Right? Like, how could a reality have an end to it?
I would say
Right?
that you probably couldn't penetrate the barrier because it
Well,
needs.
yeah, but say you could like objectively see the barrier, then, right? What would be on the other side?
Who knows, man? It's all.
We don't know.
I can only speculate, but I mean,
it's all
I can
speculation.
only speculate, but I'm guessing that it's the creator.
Well, that's also you don't know. You can't prove that, and you can't
Well,
prove
I know
outer
that there's
ponders.
a
Can't prove
creator. That's
Well,
the
yeah, but we don't know where that creator is, or what the creator is, even necessarily.
Well, it makes sense that the creator would be outside of creation.
Well, that's another thing I also debate people about, or not debate, but I also speculate about, because there's the idea that the creator might be everything. Like there's not only one God, but everything is God. That's an idea.
Well, it's new agey. They're really pushing that everybody is collectively is God.
Is that new agey? It's kind of like, it's a little like pantheism almost, but yeah, new agey's kind of like getting into that idea too.
Out of the Bible,
But it's like, yeah, I guess if you're a real Bible believer, then that's just like a whole set of beliefs. But the idea that maybe God is in that, well, the Bible even says God's in everything, right?
Well, you do know you can cross-examine the Bible. The prophets all had to prove that they were prophets by miracle witness and hostile witnesses. We all love witnesses. Come on now.
They got that NASA's proven itself too over and over again in the modern age, right? Like the miracle of Neil Armstrong walking on the moon is just as valid for those people as maybe what Jesus did.
It's a good point.
Well, there's hostile witnesses and hundreds of witnesses in history to validate, and also we live in AD, which is subscribed to the year of Jesus Christ.
Well, then what did people believe in before that?
There was a lot of beliefs going around,
Fuck, man.
but
They did all kinds of crazy shit.
If there wasn't anything valid until the Bible, then how? You know what I'm saying? Like how if that didn't happen, I mean, there's many years before the Bible. So what was true before the Bible?
The Septuagint.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you cross-examine. That's the Bible goes out of its way to prove its validity through witnesses, and
that's fine. That's fine.
You couldn't even just go up to anyone and say you're a prophet. You had to prove it, and you always were.
Is that like peer review? Is that what they call is that like a modern day or like the modern day version of that would be peer review?
No, it'd be cross-examination, like in a court of law.
Okay. All right. I'm not trying to say that there's any invalidness to it. I'm saying that there's
that's the way that I look.
It's interesting to think what would be on the other side. Like even if you say it's the creator on the other side of that barrier, I guess then what is that creator just like the like?
Hey, did you guys see that my unicorns on Mars? Did you guys see that? It was a while back.
I can imagine. It was funny.
I got it. Hold on. Wait.
I guess speculation.
I got unicorns on Mars, man. I got a picture. Hold on, man. I gotta find it. Here it is. All right, hold on. Yeah, I gotta save this. Yeah. All right.
All right, guys. I gotta go. I'll talk to you soon.
You gotta go.
Take care, buddy.
You gotta go, man. What do you mean you
got?
You can't go, dude. You kept me up.
You want me to stay
a million times.
Okay, all right. So you're keeping me up. I can't refuse you because I'm only in time.
I got unicorns on Mars, man, with a NASA
Where's
logo. Okay.
I didn't know that. I didn't realize. Okay, I'm staying for it.
What happened to the unicorns?
Hold on, I'm looking on it.
Oh, I'm trying to go back and see if it was posted before.
Shit. It's it was posted before, but I'll repost it because I thought it was so hilarious. Unicorns on Mars, people, man. Come on. Right? We got this.
Well, you're kidding.
It's a bit small, but if anyone's interested, I threw my Facebook debate into the live stream text.
Uh-huh.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Yeah, that's where you reach the most normies. I guess if nobody's on Facebook talking about this, then the normies will just assume it doesn't exist.
Still no flat earther willing to debate about science.
That's what they heard. They heard that.
Yeah, until I stepped into the chat.
Did you give him any flat earth debates?
I had to post that.
Did you send them links about people where there's people embarrassing ballers all day long?
Yeah, I've sent links to this guy and a heap of them in this chat 1,000 times. They've told me they've been here and been banned. They've told me that they've destroyed people. They just won't come in here. I've tried 1,000,000 times.
Yeah.
They want to stay where they can just gob off in writing, where they can't be held to account in front of everybody.
That's right.
Yeah. Most people just would rather not know. They'd rather not know. They want to go here.
This guy's gone dead quiet. He's I don't know what he thought, but he's shut up pretty quick now.
Well, I appreciate you doing that, AJ, man. I hate Facebook. I appreciate people that can kick ass in there. There's a shitload of flat earthers on Facebook, by the way.
Are there?
Shitloads, man. People we never heard of, man. Yeah.
Right? They don't even know Discord. They probably don't even know Discord exists.
Exactly. Yeah. I've been in some. You can go in there and some different.
TikTok's done a lot for flat Earth. I think that TikTok's part of the reason that flat Earth is blowing up even more than ever.
No doubt about it, man. TikTok's been rocking it. But yeah, the word's getting out slowly but surely. We're just gonna keep on the same path. We'll be all right. The evidence for the globe is, really, it's really weak, man. It's got a lot of holes in it. Damn.
Not even just holes. I mean,
but they got to fill those holes with
they don't even have a working model.
Black holes. They got to fill the holes with black holes, man.
Well, models are all pseudoscience, anyways.
Yeah.
Somebody asked a question.
Even the model they say they have doesn't work.
Somebody asked.
They got to fill. They got to fill 96% of it with something that can't be seen or detected, so that their model can work.
Yeah,
right?
a model literally it's to demonstrate something that of a hypothesis that can't be validated. That's why you would even make a model, which is by definition pseudoscience. So
yeah, one of the strongest points that I've come upon is actually something I always try to include to this post that I'll put in the live stream by my dude Michael Brenner. He's been on Quora flat smacking people since 2016, and people don't even know who he is. I never knew who he was.
I know.
We knew about this guy. 2016, Kenny. This guy's been around 2016. We could have been like referencing his shit this whole time.
Well, it's hard to find everything. I mean, we are
actually. That's a good one to send. Who's the guy that was in here talking about Facebook?
AJ. AJ was. He's all over Facebook.
AJ, do you see? You know who Michael Brenner is yet?
Yeah, I know who Michael Brenner is. I've seen some of his posts, but only through the servers, the Flat Earth servers here, where people have reposted. But
we have a whole section for him, actually.
Yeah, I made a section. Yeah, I made a bunch of. Did you see the comps I made and put them in this Brenner section of the site? You've already been there, AJ, because that's something you could send to some of these Facebook people. Some of those comps.
Yeah, I have. I've seen all those.
Yeah, like he points out that the orbiting doesn't even include dynamics. Like that's one of the things he keeps repeating in different comps. He's like, they're using geometry and Yeah, I'll get the whole thing. I'll just read a little part of it. Actually, this is better if I do that. Hold on. The best confidant in the biggest scientific mistakes. He goes into like language and religion and all kinds of interesting topics. But let's see here. He's into the ether too. I don't know what you guys think about the ether, but the ethers, I think, is the main thing that they've been hiding from us. One of the main things they don't want us talking about for whatever reason. Okay, biggest scientific mistakes. What does that mean? I have like 80 comps that I made.
Brenner. I found it. Brenner. There it is. Got it.
Have you in there? Okay.
Got it.
Oh, here it is. Okay. Yeah. The biggest problem with all scientific models, as well as the prime source of errors, is the neglecting of the demarcation lines between domains of validity. And he talks about what those domains of validity are. He says that these domains are geometry, kinematics, and dynamics. Geometry only describes dots, lines, and surfaces, and their relative arrangement. Geometry does not include motion, masses, and forces. And then he says, kinematics adds the concept of motions to dots, lines, and surfaces, but still there is no consideration whatsoever of masses and forces, right? Dynamics then adds consideration of real-world masses and forces to the theoretical concepts of geometry and kinematics, which makes dynamics a branch of physics. The other ones are just mathematical sciences. That's kinematics and geometry. And that's all they use for the globe model. They don't include the dynamics at all. And they totally ignore the centrifugal force with orbiting, which you can't do. You can act like you do it, because otherwise you're just going to have a planet going around the sun and then just continue to go. It can't make the turn at the bend to come back. There's no return force. It would need an actual tether for their model to even work theoretically.
So this guy's like a top-level engineer from a prestigious college called...
Yeah, he studied mechanical engineering and linguistics at the School of Vienna, University of Vienna. Yeah.
That little bitch.
It's a prestigious school.
How do you find him on Quora?
Yeah, you know what? He's been shadow banned on there. You can actually type his name into Quora and find it now. But I've typed his name with the topic I wanted, and it'll come up with nothing. But I could get to it. The last time I checked, at least, I could only get to it by typing his exact name into Quora.
It's Michael Brenner, isn't it?
Michael Brenner.
Yeah, it's not coming up.
Yeah, he's kind of shadow banned on them.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's been taken down. He also is very honest about what he thinks about the pandemic. He was very, very honest about all his... Here. Okay, I got it. It's coming up for me, maybe because I've been there before. Maybe they're not letting any newbies that haven't looked them up before or aren't.
Have you got a link you can post?
Yeah, here it is. Oh, Katsura just did it too.
I got it. I got the link.
I'm just
it's coming
computer
up
illiterate.
Maybe that's it.
It's coming up for me, man. Here.
Yeah, I guess it's in the live stream.
Got it.
You got it?
Yeah, thanks.
That's a great fucking site, dude. If you want to know about
like normies on it, they'll see they'll be like, wait a minute, this guy's using math. He's fucking breaking it down in a way that includes modern day science.
Yeah, and he's a flat earther.
Yeah, and he shows how ridiculous the
thing about it. Right? He goes like,
why
this is ridiculous. This globe thing's ridiculous. Here's why.
Yeah.
And, that's why I kind of like I'm in the rocking chair of flat Earth in a lot of ways, man. I'll make fun of NASA and the globe all day long, man. I love it because it's ridiculous. It's gotten to the
Yeah,
point
it's
of
so funny.
it's just so
Yeah.
funny, man. So, but when you got like guys like this coming out going, wait a minute, man, you guys forgot about velocity, man.
Yeah,
Hello.
wait a minute. I'm a
Wait.
scientist here. I'm like all about the science, and this
I'm all
doesn't
about the
really, it
science.
doesn't even work in a scientific way. So
It
sorry
doesn't
about your
work.
science. Sorry about your
And
theory.
I mean, he'll even say something like, you know, you people that believe in the globe are kind of crazy.
Is Dart Vector still here? Dart Vector, I just sent him my message, like I say, in that I have that little intro that I wrote for like the, if anyone wants it, I'll send it to him besides Dart. But
Yeah, I will check it later.
Yeah, check it out when you get a sec. So at the end, I say, but you have to want to know, and it does take time to relearn or figure out for the first time what the globe model actually proposes to begin with. And then if you
Exactly.
do stop believing in it, then you'll have to deal with most people simply not wanting to know. Once you figured it out, and you'll feel the need to tell others. Takes a while, but it's actually pretty hilarious eventually. Just think about if the ultimate truth is actually the most obvious thing ever. But most people still believe it's the most stupid thing they could ever imagine. Most people think that flat Earth is the most stupidest thing, but it's the most obvious thing, and that's why it's hilarious.
Isn't that something?
Right?
I love the way that was brought to our attention.
Right? It's like, wait a minute, this is funny.
Fantastic.
Like these guys think they're smart, but they're actually not even paying attention.
Yep. What do they say? It's the easiest trick is it's right in front of you.
Well, it's harder to convince a man he's been fooled than fool a man.
It's harder to convince a man he's been fooled than to
Than to
fool
fool
him.
him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. That's a good one. Who said that one? Who was that? That was
I think it was Mark Twain.
Twain. That was a Twainer.
Yeah.
Got it. All right.
It's easier to fool a man than to convince him he's been fooled. That's, I think, their direct quote.
Yep. Direct quote.
Well, I think with my Facebook debate last night that I was doing, and I'm still doing today, I really come to the realization without their gravity, there is no globe, because it was the gravity that pulled us into a ball. It's the gravity that makes things orbit.
Right.
Everything is claimed to be gravity. So if gravity doesn't exist and isn't scientific, then everything falls apart for them.
Oh,
Well,
I
that's
would
the whole
agree with
thing. You know, there is a downward, supposed like a varying downward acceleration, which is recently, you know, that point's been made to shut Dell up by a few people. Like, wait a minute, if it's a varying rate at different places on the Earth, which it is, I guess, there's a difference in actually the rate that you might find. It's a variable rate anyway, right? It's an average variable rate, but actually they found that there's a difference in the acceleration, at different spots on the Earth. So then that kind of rules out the idea that we're going upwards with this, you know, recent surge of people talking about that.
Yep.
That it would be consistent, have to be consistent. But yeah, I think the theory of gravity with all the numbers and everything wasn't even worked out till way after they say the ball came around. So that's an interesting idea, that people would actually think they're upside down, and you know, like all of those, like it's such a hard sell, you would think, to begin with, you know, like convincing people the reality is the opposite of what it seems. But without the theory of gravity, how did he convince people they were upside down without noticing?
How did
That didn't come around till later. You think you'd have to have that to make it all complete and like really convincing, like your point you just made, right? But
Yeah.
supposedly, at least they're claiming that people believed it way before that theory was even solidified.
Dark Vector has he says I can build models and use them if they help me solve the problems that I face, and it helps. I basically can't find out how the world works because I didn't create it. I can only build models that describe our world. The more accurately the model describes the world, the better the model.
But do you think that Dark? Can you hear me? I'll ask a simple question.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Do you think that some of the things that are included in that model would also be self-evident?
Come again, please.
Like, you know
Slowly.
what self-evident is? Like something we all experience, something we can all agree on, besides the observation of the stars. Like if we look at the sky, you can interpret it as like we're on a ball, right? That's one
Yeah.
interpretation, right? Now let's say you just take that out of the equation. Like you're not looking at the sky, right? Maybe there's another explanation for that, but we're not worried about that for now, right? So
Right.
what about your world? What about your experience as a man, as a person that can validate whatever else besides looking at the sky? Why would you think that you're on a spinning ball? And wouldn't you think there might be one thing that shows you're on a spinning ball besides the interpretation of the sky or the sun or whatever? Wouldn't you think there'd be one thing?
Yeah,
But there isn't.
there is.
What is? What? Boats over the curve,
Just a
right? Boats
Based,
disappearing bottom up, maybe, huh? Something like that.
based on the
I
spin
reckon
of the ball.
first we need to clarify here whether this is your accurate model or that you have built yourself off of what you have observed, like you've stated in your comment, or is this someone else's model that you're accepting?
Wait, what was your answer? You said there is something that you can directly verify yourself besides the interpretation of what's going on with the sky. What is it you think that makes you think you're on a ball besides the interpretation of the sky or the sun?
Massive object has different weights at different latitudes.
Okay. What else?
This is
But that's also interpretation. Like the reason for that's the interpretation, right? Like you're assuming the interpretation.
Everything is interpretation.
Right. Well, not really necessarily. Like if you're sitting in a chair, you're not like directly. You're not interpreting that you're sitting in a chair. You're just sitting in a chair, right?
Yes,
It's self-evident, right? Self-evident. You understand what I
There's
mean
a
by
line
self-evident?
between interpreting and the obvious things.
Well,
There's
I
a
would
line
say that
between-
I was just saying that you would think, and I'm not saying that proves anything, but you might speculate that one thing about your direct experience, not interpretation of your experience, but one thing about your direct experience, something that is in your face, day to day, whatever it is, that would prove to you that you're on a spinning ball, rather than theoretical interpretations of all these other things. Maybe I'm not making myself clear, but basically, like I said before, your direct experience would tell you that it's not a spinning ball in every way.
About interpreting, it's a difficult question in philosophy.
True.
It's
It
a
is.
huge problem in philosophy.
Well, I know you're probably bought into the idea that you wouldn't feel any of it. You only feel acceleration, right? That's the idea they give you with the motions, right? That you only feel acceleration. That's why you don't feel the spin of the Earth, right?
I feel acceleration because of the gravity, the Earth.
Well, you don't feel the gravity either. You just feel your weight, but I'm saying, like, as far as the spinning of the Earth, like, like how fast they say we're spinning at 1,000 miles at the equator, right? You know about that?
Mm-hmm.
How fast do they say we're going around the sun? Do you know that?
Yeah, but not in the miles per hour. In
Yeah,
kilometers per
whatever
hour.
kilometers. Yeah, 67,000 miles, whatever. And then how fast do they say the sun's going?
I don't know exactly, but I can Google it.
It's like 500,000 miles an hour, like a 500,000 miles every hour.
So
you got to imagine then that we're displaced ourselves every day. If we're traveling along with the sun, we're 12 million miles away from where you were 24 hours ago.
So
right, that's fine, right? It's all big numbers, doesn't really matter. But the one thing that they will say, as far as you're not being able to feel it, is like that example of flying in one linear direction, right, on a plane at like 500 miles an hour. Well, you don't feel that, right? You're not, because you're not accelerating when you're going at constant speed. You can just it's just like being on a regular stationary surface, like the Earth, even though that's not supposed to be stationary either, right? But do you think that there might be like a scaling fallacy there, where they're just like, this is one example of one linear direction, so you might as well be going in several different directions at different speeds that add up to millions of miles per hour. And it's the same thing as one linear direction on a plane. Do you understand that that's a little bit of an extreme jump from one to the next? Like, do you see that we don't have any idea what those kind of speeds would actually do to the human body, unless that's actually going on, the assumption that we're going around the sun and all that, right? It's an extreme claim, right? And the comparison is not really, there's a threshold comparison that they'll do, but they just use small numbers as well. Like you'll hear someone say it's one rotation per day. But that's usually a tactic to make you think about it as less than 1,000 miles an hour. Because 1,000 miles an hour is faster than the speed of sound. You realize that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like if you lived at like North Pole where you didn't spin at all, like say your whole life, right? Let's just pretend
I'm
that you
spinning, but I didn't move. Yeah. I mean, sorry, I get the word. I forget the word.
Well, like at the North Pole, they say you wouldn't be spinning at all, right? 0 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Right? So if you flew if you lived there your whole life and flew to the equator, where you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, don't you think there'd be like a little bit of an adjustment period to that? With your body, the way you feel?
Adjustment? What is this?
Yeah. Like if you went from 0 to 1,000 miles an hour, that's kind of an extreme reality shift, right? Where now you're living in an environment that's actually spinning, where you came from wasn't spinning at all. Don't you think there'd be a little bit of like wouldn't you imagine that would take some getting used to? When you first got there, at least?
No, sorry, I don't get you.
Well, no, if you're at the North Pole, you wouldn't spin. Like, say you lived your whole life there and you weren't spinning, right?
I'm rotating, but I'm not spinning.
No, at 0 miles per hour at the North Pole.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yeah.
So that's no spinning. No rotating at all.
Why no rotating?
There's 0 miles per hour.
Yeah, but I'm rotating around myself.
Oh, okay. So you think if you get to the North Pole, you would just spin in circles in one spot?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what to say to that.
You can't help imagination like that. You can't help imagination like that.
You would. I guess he's right though, in a way. Like if you really got to like where the very top of the ball is, and that's 0. I don't know why you call 0 rotating. How can you be going 0 miles an hour and still be rotating? Well, you're at there's that one dot where you would stand and you would just spin around in one spot. But then as you walked out from that, actually, there's something that I was looking at the other day that's interesting, because you don't really realize it, but they say that once you get into like even just Alaska, like Juneau, Alaska, let's say, coming from the North Pole, like look at this, Kenny. Are you still there? Did you leave and get me to stay? Kenny? Anyway, whoever else is listening, if you look at what I just posted,
I'm listening.
it's like, look, it's like 500 miles an hour in Alaska, and that's only 200 miles away about from where the North Pole is.
Well, also, there's no up and down and left and right in space, or the vacuum of space. And we're told that we're tilted. How do you tilt a ball, especially in a place that doesn't have an up and down?
Right. Yeah, that too. But look at how far out that you're only going 200 miles away from the North Pole to like Anchorage, Alaska, right? And now you're spinning 500 miles an hour. That's halfway to what they say is at the equator. Doesn't that seem a little disproportionate? Like it's only 200 miles out, and now you're spinning 500 miles an hour, and then it tapers down to 1,000 at the equator. Doesn't that seem like if you was only 200 miles away that you're spinning 500 miles an hour, and you're at zero, you could almost get a good telescope and see things spinning around you. If that were the case. Anyway, it's a fantasy, brother. I sent you a bunch of links. I got to go too. But I sent you a bunch of links, Dart. Check out those. It sounds like you haven't really looked into the information that's available yet quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm not.
And some of those links that I sent you are like old links that you can't find anymore on YouTube. Like 200 proofs. Like this guy goes through 200 different proofs that it can't be on a spinning ball, and then you'll have to go through each one and figure out why it doesn't make sense to you, or why he's actually right, or whatever it is you end up finding out. But good luck to you. You have to kind of want to know. And maybe you've at least gotten to the point where you think that we're not just idiots, right? We're not just like, oh, well, gravity's fake, space is fake, everything's fake. That's not really what you came to a place where people actually have reason to stop believing that we're on a spinning ball. Good reasons. And that probably surprised you to begin with, right? So that's why you're still here.
And you have no glow proof. That's a big thing too.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And you can't prove you're spinning.
Yeah.
And you can't prove any claim that the globe claims. So that's a big hurdle.
Yeah, it's the loss of a belief.
And there's no reason to trust the government. Unless you can convince me otherwise. You've never seen water, ocean, lake curvature. You can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container. The list goes on and on.
Yeah, and where the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be, you've seen well beyond that by orders of magnitude. Many times.
Yeah, we see way too far.
So the Earth cannot be curving.
What about refraction?
What's that?
It can help you to see.
No, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Oh,
What
did you
about
say
refraction?
refraction?
Yeah.
Okay, are you talking about Snell's law or terrestrial refraction?
I don't know those words that you use.
Yeah, don't just look. You shouldn't just parrot things because somebody told you that's the reason why. But Snell's law require two media, which is not present in just one medium. And if you're doing terrestrial refraction, you're pretty limited to 5 mirage phenomena. If you can tell me which mirage it is, and keep in mind, a mirage requires 2 images of one, and that's already a problem because you would have to have the miraging effect would require you to have 2 of the same image in the distance.
And the fact you can't see around corners, it's not a mirage. You can't demonstrate a 2,000-foot mirage like the Chicago skyline. So parroting refraction does nothing.
Oh, but if you want to go into terrestrial refraction, you are very limited to what you're saying the refraction is. We can go through the list if you want.
Demonstrate being able to see around corners. That's what the Globers are claiming. There's a giant hump of 2,000 foot of water blocking Chicago, but it's a mirage being lifted up. It's a hologram. No, it isn't. I see the physical city of Chicago from 56 miles away. Line of sight. So yeah, it's you can't see around corners. You can't see around humps. And also when somebody asks you for glow proof and you say refraction, or like that's not a really good defense or a good glow proof, but
It's like saying gravity.
then yeah, you're just throwing a stake to the guard dogs when you say gravity, because you can't demonstrate any experiment that
You can't
that
even
validates space time.
you can't even give us a valid hypothesis for gravity. Neither Newtonian nor
Or a natural
Einsteinian has
phenomena.
a viable hypothesis. Let alone a hypothesis test, because you need a viable hypothesis before you have an independent dependent variable, and an experiment which would prove either the affirmative or the null. It's a big problem. It's a big old problem. Yeah, that's right, Adam. Adam Unsalted. He did. Newton came up with gravity and he thought it was stupid. Newton hated the idea of gravity so much that he called anyone insane who actually believed in it. Not in the fact that apples fall, but in the notion that what goes under gravity is responsible for it.
Apples fall, helium balloons go up. Now what?
Yeah, that's like you're saying a what is, not like a cause and effect.
So Dart, do you have any glow proof, or like what's your best glow proof without NASA pointing at the sky? You go through 18 years of school and you come onto a Discord, no matter what age you are, and we ask you for glow proof, and there's very little to offer. Trust in the government is suspicious in itself. I'm not sure why you would ever trust the government when you know, if you ever study history.
Yeah, especially the American government. I mean, any government, especially any of them that are, we're supposed to be enemy of Russia over here, but we're in a treaty. We shake hands with the Antarctic Treaty. That's and the Arctic Treaty. So we're. I guess that might just be with Canada and Russia, like just those surrounding. I don't know. Probably not. They're probably all in cahoots with that one too. So it just
Oh, they
the
are. It's
whole
all the same.
us against them. That's all just fabricated as a divisive tool. Like I don't hate anybody. Like they don't speak for me. I'm just a regular folk, just like all of you are. I try to work and take care of family and not bogged down by all this craziness going on, just like anybody else.
Well, how can you be enemies on Earth but friends in space? It's a hypocrisy.
It's a mess is what it is. When people want to talk about how we're at war, there's wars and rumors of wars, and yeah, we're not responsible for that. None of us are.
Yeah.
That dude's gone.
Yeah, I personally, yeah, but yeah, I personally believe anything the government says, I believe the opposite. That's what a good auto hoaxer would do. The government is guilty until proven innocent.
Well, I definitely don't see it that way. I take in all information without any kind of like I do my best to not have bias, because I do initially, of course, because I'm human, have a bias to do what you're saying. It's completely believe the opposite, and a lot of the times it ends up being that way. But I try to like let it sit on the back burner before I make a decision, just and really think about it, and use the tools that I've found through Flat Earth to decide whether to take it as valid or a dissemination of information. Sometimes they tell
Yeah,
you
for me,
the truth.
it's from a government source, and it's usually an anti-God narrative. So
Yeah,
it's
sometimes they
very
tell you
easy
the
to spot.
because I think they have to for some reason, so that you consent to something that you're unaware of or something like that. But that's getting off the weeds.
Yeah, well, there is revelation of the method, how effective it is, and what the exact uses are.
Yeah.
But they do tell what they're going to do in predictive programming, The Simpsons and movies and TV shows. We knew what was going to happen in 2020. We knew what's going to happen in 2030. They it's on the wall. It's already written and told. They already told us.
Yeah, lies in the news and truth in the movies.
Pretty much.
Yeah. That's super weird. No wonder why when I first came onto the scene of the truth and stuff, like the world is a stage and everybody's an actor and blah 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 was so prevalent, because a lot of the times you're getting a lot of the things that you need to know from the movies, which is super weird. I never thought that before, and it never occurred to me. Super weird, because even back in the day, before all of this mainstream science, pseudoscience narrative it was mainstream, it was considered science fiction at one point, and now it's science, quote unquote. And we're finding out really fast how they'll portray something as science fiction in our own lifetime, and they're acting like it's science, quote unquote, now.
Yeah, I would say there's a reason why all the Globers hate Quantum Eraser for whatever reason, like mainly for the scientific method and us developing this old school view on science and its rigidity and its narrow view. And like they hate that. They want it to be broad. Like Matthew Learns was saying, there's observational science, and Dr. Phil or Professor Phil was in a debate saying that boats go over the horizon. So like he's a PhD. How is that guy a PhD?
Right. Well, that's just the way that it is, you know? That's the accepted knowledge for PhDs. That's what they're teaching in universities and high school and grade school. You know, when you're
Like I
like
do
in third
respect the work
grade,
and they got.
when you're sorry, go.
I was gonna say, like, I do respect the work they put in. They got the grades, but all science and professors are highly promoted, even though they are probably dumber than they. All of them are almost dumber than, like, they don't know the globe model. They, like, they're specialists in the field, but they think boats go over the horizon. They think the horizon's physical. They think gravity's a container. Like, these are PhDs, and they're telling you this doublespeak and lies, and it's. So they're elevated for just because the PhD or professor label.
Yeah, all they do is parrot. They don't. I mean, even the way that they have it divided up, like you have to focus on one area, one field, and no one's just well learned in all the fields to be able to put it all together. Like we have at some point we've had to put it together, but we're very lucky that we've had people before us that have these I don't know. There's some of us like Quantum Eraser. He's got I don't know exactly what he specialized in university, but it was science related. He's well learned in quantum mechanics. He doesn't know all of it. He says that. He's like, I don't know every single bit of quantum mechanics, but I know enough. He's been using quantum mechanics to prove a creator even before he was a flat earther. He's he's very consistent and concise. Reading back on the forum that I've been reading on that that he was on that we were talking about tonight, that was just like it's the same kind of presentation that he shows today. Super consistent, concise with citation and all of it. It's just perfect. And he did not care to send a whole novel in that forum. It was like some of it was a novel. And that's just like in a Christian worthy forum or something. Yeah, so he was taking apart Christians back then, or self-acclaimed Christians.
Oh yeah, it'd be like Matthew Learns or Jesse or whatever proclaimed Christian Globers. It's yeah, I guess that's a different topic, but
Well, it wasn't even Globe at first. It was just uh like the creation, and I don't know.
oh yeah,
Or
same
well,
as me.
yeah, it was.
I started debating atheists in 2011 or 2014. It was debating evolution versus creation, and then they had no arguments. And then flat Earth came along in 2015, and then it became flat Earth and a combination. But
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I'm so late to the game, trying to catch up. I'm very capable of researching and learning. I always have been. When I was in school, researching was kind of my thing. But I didn't, man, I did not do very well in chemistry. I was taking chemistry and trigonometry and pre-calculus though all at once in the same semester. It was a lot of formulas to remember. I somehow passed. I mean I passed trig and pre-cal with a really good grade, but chemistry, it was like I passed with a C. was not good. That was not good. I was not used to making C's.
The one issue you might have is obviously the YouTube algorithm is way different than it was in 2011. I could watch like 16 hours straight of videos, and they would just pump a new video, new conspiracy, new like videos that are all deleted now. So
Yeah.
like you type in flat Earth, you get Professor Dave, you get this dipshit, this whatever guy. You don't and 50 spaces down, you might find a flat Earth content creator. But
Yeah,
in 2015, it was
Yeah, I can see
unlimited.
how hard it is. I really feel bad for anybody trying to research it now because when I got into it, the way that I got into it was different than everyone else. I read Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper, and I was having to work a lot, so I would listen to the book on Spotify. And the only person, or I found the Fact Hunter, George Hobbs, through listening to William Cooper on Spotify. And he has a bunch of like those radio radio broadcastings of William Cooper. When he even showcased the one where he predicts 9/11 before that happened, and he even predicted that it would be blamed on Bin Laden because that newscaster of CNN just walked right into the secret base that he was in and to interview him right before 9/11 when everybody's looking for him. Like, huh? How did people let that go by without like that being a problem? Like, why are you going to let a newscaster from CNN walk up right to Osama bin Laden to interview him when all the governments of the CIA and these are looking for him, and you just walk right up and interview him, and then
The CIA can't
bye.
find him, but the TV can find him.
Yeah, right. And the people are like believing that. Are you kidding me? So yeah, your government lies to you. It's kind of clear that they are just. I don't know, man. And William Cooper had it nail on the head, and I think that was. Yeah, it was right after 9/11. They killed him. He died in a shootout with I guess, kind of like one of those Waco type situations with him. He was protecting himself. He had already sent his family out of the country to protect them. And yeah, anyways, I read his book, found George Hobbs, found a lot of information through him, and he sent me. They all sent me like videos in his like website forum and stuff because I went to his website because he was also on Speak Free Radio and Revolution Radio. He left Revolution Radio and went to Speak Free, and then he left Speak Free because there was some. I guess he didn't really care for the platforms. They seem to kind of have like some sort of rules or regulations that he didn't agree with. And he didn't really need to be there anyways, because he's got his own way of broadcasting. And people were watching him. I haven't watched him in a while. That kind of sucks. I should get back to it. I used to call in to his radio show. Anyways, that's how I found Flat Earth, is through him. He even had Dave Weiss on there and interviewed him. That's how I found out about David Weiss, but I had already found out about Flat Earth, and instead of looking through videos and stuff, I started looking through the government declassified operations of Operation Deep Freeze, Operation High Jump, and and Operation Paperclip. Sorry, I looked through all of them and read through it and connected the dots myself. I remember I was reading Operation Fishbowl. I was in the middle of reading that document, and I looked at my husband and I was like, I think I'm a flat earther. And he was like, oh, yeah? It's exactly his response to what I said. It's quite, I mean,
Yeah. I I'm going to take a leap and say that a lot of flat earthers are biblical, anti-government. Pretty much that's the status. If you if you don't have the biblical foundation, then sure you're going to see the government lies, and then you're going to take the new age path or whatever path you're going to take. But if you take the biblical path, flat earth is so easy. There's no trust in government, the lockdowns, the whatever psyops they're going to push. Every agenda that they push is anti-God, anti-human. So it's so easy to see like how they hate good. They hate pure.
Yeah, it's just honestly like before I found flat Earth, like looking into the truth and everything, because I didn't find flat Earth right away. Like I was reading "Behold a Pale Horse" by William Cooper and was looking into all of the things he had to say. So he didn't venture into flat Earth when he was alive. I think that he alluded to a lot of the things that proved like how he divulged then that what you call it, there's some sort of Roswell. It was Roswell, or it was just to a T an operation that he had read while he was in the military, and he divulged to the public that it was false. It wasn't real. Like they didn't really that was all planned. It was an operation that they had already had planned and then went ahead with. So he blew the cap off of that one, and he was like, "Why would they be faking it?" And then he got into like, "Oh, they already have a plan with them," or no, maybe they don't. And then he started looking into that movie that came out in 2000. It had a lot of symbolism. The guy went to Jupiter and something. I don't know. I haven't watched it. I've kind of listened to some of the stuff that William Cooper was going in, because he was really big into the secret societies and putting out information. He almost so much so that he could have very well been. I don't think so. I don't know. It's always hard to tell, and I just think that he did so much for putting out information that I trust that he was a good source because he cited everything, and I like that. I like it when people cite things. I don't like it when people just say things. You can say things all day, but like back it up somehow, Yeah,
I would
he was.
say usually it takes somebody telling you that Earth is flat and water always seeks its level and there's no real pictures from space. And then you actually go like, "Holy crap! I never thought of that." And then you look into it and you become a flat earther. So that is why YouTube has decided to censor us. And every platform I go on, I get shadow banned on Twitter, shadow banned on Discord, shadow banned on every single platform because I talk about 2020 lockdowns, the people who print the money, and flat Earth. And when you combine topics, they hate that.
Yeah, because you're connecting dots, and it makes more
Yeah.
sense that the Earth is flat when you connect all the dots to everything else, because it really is all somehow like intertwined.
Well, I love to simplify it where it'd be like either it's Genesis 1:1 or it's a Catholic Jesuit priest Big Bang.
Yeah. I mean, that's a really good simplified
gonna
way to
pick?
put it too. Yeah.
And yeah, it's your choice. It's your free will to pick the Catholic Jesuit rituals, the Satanisms, the Jack Parsons, sex magic, NASA Operation Paperclip, or the other side.
Well, see, here's the thing. Some people don't even ascribe to, there's other options and people are choosing it. Even here, when people that have found out about flat earth are being, I don't know if it's pride. What is it? Like, it's okay to be wrong sometimes. You don't have to just stick to your guns on something that somebody can demonstrate that it's wrong, either through fallacious reasoning, doesn't follow the scientific method, or defies natural law. Like, this isn't hard to, you know. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've already kind of put my I've already put my
Yeah.
own work into it by myself without any influence, because I didn't want anybody to be able to tell me the way that things are going. So I go figure it out for myself. Like, I go find out, I go investigate, I do that. I don't need QE telling me one thing. I don't need anybody telling me anything. If you can point it out, I'll go check it out. So I did, and I'm very calm and set where I'm at, because I know where the line is drawn and I know what side I'm on. I don't have to fight anybody with it. It is what it is. I really do hope that people think about it. Think about it. You don't have to make a decision right now. Just let it be on the back burner so that you make a decision based off of the information and not emotion. Or don't make a decision. That's fine too, but it's going to come to a point where it's going to be pushed on us somehow.
And it's the beauty of free will. Like, you get to choose what doctrine you believe. A lot of flat earthers believe in a lot of different things, different age of Earth, different whatever, different things in the flat Earth. So I mean,
yeah,
and it is Pascal wager where, like, we're all gambling with our own doctrine, and hopefully it's right. And some people believe in the New Age, some people believe in the Judgment, some people. So we are all just gambling, and I choose to live good. I don't try not to hurt people, try not to lie, try not to steal. So and that somehow lines up with the biblical narrative. So that's the way I choose to live. And that's
well,
my gamble.
You're doing all right, buddy. That's a good way to live. Just be good to other people and know. And you just have to know. You don't have to believe. There's so many things that you can just know. You don't have to believe it. It's so beautiful. I love it.
Yeah, well, I even always say, like, almost every debate, even flat Earth, globe, it all comes down to God versus atheism. In the end, if you look at the heart of the conversation, it's going to come down to that, the creation story and what happens. So
I'm very blessed
that's
because
my opinion.
I've had my own experience too. What that doesn't necessarily. I don't have to believe. I've had my own experience, spiritually, but I don't even have to, use that anecdote. I can definitely go to the facts, because not only have I experienced it spiritually, but I know that it's validated factually in another way. So even backed by science, you can prove the creator by quantum mechanics, man. That's pretty cool. I'm still learning that, by the way. So I mean, it's pretty spot on though, because there is just a dichotomy. It's one or the other, like you just said. It's either naturalism, naturalism, like nature created everything, or it's a creator. It can't be anything else. It's one or the other. So it's a dichotomy. I like dichotomies because I
Yeah, I've
love it.
heard other.
You know,
Yeah, that's what I would believe. Other people say it was here forever or whatever, new age or whatever thing they want to believe. But to me, humans don't evolve. Creation requires a creator. The chicken was here before the egg. And
But creation had to have had a beginning. It had to because of entropy and the first law of thermodynamics. So the first and second law of thermodynamics, entropy in general, proves that there is a beginning and an end. Because the supposed heat death, the big chill, like there will be a point where entropy increases all the way until, it reaches complete equilibrium. Ain't that something?
yeah, it's a complex thing. It would be like for me, it's like the firmament entropy. Could it be ending? Or is it? Yeah,
No, the
I don't
inside
know.
the inside of the containment is always entropy is always going one direction. It never decreases. So it's always increasing. Everything always breaks down over time. Things always like heat can only go so far if it's always being transferred. Like high pressure is always going to lower pressure,
No, I agree. But if like the plants outproduce, or if the humans outproduce, then I don't. Yeah, is it fine? Is
Well,
it entropy, or is it
yeah,
like
yeah.
is the
Think
sun
about it
gonna
like this.
out, or like?
Well, think about it like this. Like, how many rock slides are there? Like, how many avalanches are there? How many mountains get brought down and valleys brought up because the mountains come down, the valleys go up, everything is going to be flat. Like, not even in the way that we already, view it. I mean, like everything will flatten out. Even like the earth itself will. Everything is always increasing. Like the rocks are only going to get smaller. They don't become big rocks again. They only break down more and more. There can only be so much breakdown before mountains are brought down and valleys are brought up. That's biblical.
Yeah, but as long as humans can survive and reproduce, then it should be all good. Or unless like the sun's gonna run out, unless we're gonna run out of oxygen, or unless yeah,
Yeah,
which it
I'm
could
not
be. We
gonna.
could be on a timeline.
I mean, I can't. I know I can kind of like. I get the idea of entropy in the sense of like things are always going to, kind of seek equilibrium. So I think about the land. So that's the way that I think of it. I'm not really thinking about, other things. I kind of do, but I can't really go into that. I don't know how to explain that as much as I know how to explain the land. And I feel like that makes sense, you know? That's the same thing as
Well, I know
entropy.
like if you have a product or a biomaterial or a human body is always going to have entropy and it's going to die, but your body's going to go into the soil and potentially put nutrients for the trees, the grass, and convert your body into something else. Or you're just going to be dirt or like, I don't know. But
Well, I'm not sure exactly how that. I just know, less and less people have a lot of as much brain capacity as the first humans did. I'm not in some delusion that we're smarter than the past, like the people from the past. They probably had way more knowledge. No, they definitely they knew more than we know now, that's for sure. And I think that there's instead of evolution, I think it's the opposite. It's only getting like it's devolving. Things can only break apart so much.
so every flat earther has a different age of Earth. So I just go by the technology spike and the population spike in the last 200 years, where we went from riding in horse-drawn carriages to now we got Teslas, and now we have all these awesome tools, and we're talking to people around the world in 100 years. They say these things happened earlier. It's difficult to prove, but we know what happened in the last 100 years of technology and population growth.
Right.
So
maybe they had the ability to do it beforehand. Maybe it was I don't know, seen as witchcraft. Maybe it is witchcraft. Maybe this is a scrying device. All these screens, they're like mirrors until you turn them on. I don't know. It would make more sense that this is magic than what they depict magic as in, our modern day. Oh, magic. Fairy dust coming out of your
it'd be
fingertips.
just like it's what you use it for, because you can use it for negative purposes, or you can use it to spread truth and what your narrative is, or God's word, or whatever. So you can use these tools. It's going to present both, because you're going to get the worst. You're going to see the worst videos of the worst crimes, of the worst videos, and then you're going to actually meet the best people and converse and have good conversations. So it's going to be the best and worst.
Yeah, I could see that there's
And
nuance there for sure. There's nuance everywhere. Like even in
yeah,
the Bible, it does seem to have a bit of like instead of it's like a patriarchal thing, and I don't think that it's matriarchal either. I think that it's more like it was very how do I think that over the years the translations have reduced the woman in the Bible for sure. And I'm not saying that we're better or anything. We just supply something equal but different, That doesn't make sense either. Yeah, like a yin and yang type deal. Like
no,
you got
no, I
something.
totally agree. Women are
Yeah,
equal but different. All humans are equal but different. They're different colors, different races. They're all going to be judged equally, but there's different skills and different traits that all colors and like the two sexes have.
yeah,
It's just yeah.
yeah. I agree to our differences. I don't necessarily agree with especially what's being pushed in the mainstream right now with like that fresh and fit stuff. Like that's the pinnacle of what they call the Hegelian dialectic. Like they give you an extreme one way and an extreme the other, so that you can move the Overton window to what everybody can settle on. Because you see the change, it's coming either way. It's going to be one or the other extreme. So you got to meet somewhere in the middle, and that's how they're able to move that Overton window. And you're hearing people say Overton window, like what's his name, Nick Fuentes. He's saying it like it's a good thing. So that's not a good thing. You're not moving the Overton window back. You're moving it forward into the agenda, because it's like a slippery slope. As soon as you can make people settle on something that's not necessarily what most people feel is the right thing, they're going to do it just so that they can be at peace with everyone. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to be crazy, and be like, you just follow the Sermon on the Mount and treat people with respect. Don't, if you're in a relationship, do it for marriage, and like don't sleep around, and don't like.
Yes.
I
Yes.
know. I have old school values.
It's okay to treat others the way that you want to be treated, Like that's the way it should be. If you hold value to yourself that you don't want to be treated some way, then you have no justification treating someone else a way you don't want to be treated. It makes no sense. And it doesn't.
If you currently steal from stores and from people, you deserve to get stole from. If you are cheating on your wife or husband, then you deserve to get cheated on. Like, it's an eye for an eye, like karma. What goes around comes around. Like, you can't expect that you stealing, and then when somebody steals from you, you get mad. That's the Glober hypocrite. That's like the atheist hypocrite right there. You
It's
you
so
can't
emotional,
do that.
rational. Yeah,
Like, you
exactly.
gotta you gotta make the choice. I am not gonna steal. I'm not gonna hurt people. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not like, there is white lies that everybody does. I do.
Yeah.
Everybody does little white lies, but to lie and like, there's different. It's like,
Yeah,
obviously there's
because
different crimes
you
and
know,
stuff like that. So,
even 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 lies in the Bible, it was always to protect, you know, some like a protect one or the other, you know. So I think that we can all understand where it's okay to lie and where it isn't. You know,
yeah, like,
lies are only going to
yeah,
lead you to having to cover up that lie with more lies, just like the ball Earth. It's the reason why they say that science can't prove anything, because that's how lies work. Lies can be changed. Lies can be you can claim stack. You know, with a lie, you can stack more lies on top of that lie. You're going to have to keep the lie. So, or change it all out outright together. Like, oh, we thought it was this, but it's actually this. You know, like you can lie about a lie that you want to change into another lie. Like, lies change. Lies are, you know, they're stacked like a mountain. So the truth is always objective and stays the same.
yeah, like, say you worked for 14 days straight, and then somebody asks you to go out. You might say like, "Oh, I'm sick," or this. You might have a little white lie because you just worked 14 days straight and you don't want to go out on that day off. Versus telling somebody it's a globe and to get abortions and to go to war and kill people for bankers and to, like, all these glober narratives. I could get
Yeah.
more graphic, but I mean, I
No,
stay
I mean, I'm
PG
smelling
13.
I'm smelling what you're stepping in. I
Yeah.
get you.
So like, yeah, there's a huge difference between saving yourself some stress in your life, or like, yeah, like, versus lying about truth and lying about stuff that could hurt people and affect life. I don't know. But
Sorry,
Yeah.
is there just don't mean to butt in, but I was just up in VC check-in 1, and old mate's mic is suppressed. Is there anyone who can open that up so he can chat in there?
Old mate.
Faithful Phoenix.
Silver.
Yeah, I'm just silver. I can't do anything.
Yeah, you can unmute him in VC check-in, but not out here.
I You talking about Faithful Phoenix?
Yeah, I was just in there. He's saying that he clicks on his mic and it says suppressed, so it won't let him speak.
Yeah, I'm not able. I can do it in there. I can fix it in there, but I have to be in there. But I can't. I can't unmute him and give him roles for live stream. A gold or a gold plus and up have to do that. So you already interviewed him and stuff.
No, he can't even speak in there. He can't
Oh, okay.
speak in VC
Oh, I can
check-in.
do that. I can do that, but I can't.
Yeah, AJ Silver too. He can unmute him too in VC check-in.
Oh yeah, you can unmute him there. You just have to server mute him first and then unmute him.
All right, let me have a look. I've never done that.
Yeah, that's fine. I can try.
You gotta mute him, then unmute him.
Yeah, you have to.
Or like, do it 3 times. Do it 3
And
times. Mute, unmute, mute, or whatever it is.
it
Yeah,
is kind.
it lets me do it. I'm in his profile now, and it just says block and message.
Let me see.
No, you got to be in VC check-in though. You have to
Yeah,
be
you
in
got.
VC check-in, and you click on them. You server mute, unserver mute, server mute.
Right, I'll give it a crack.
Good luck and hello everyone.
Hey, Stacy.
I had recently, I got this guy to do a presentation on aerial mapping, and I mean he's a globe earther, but I thought I'd keep it at that and not get too into the debate. But I found it funny with some things he said. He told me that the sea level from the west coast of Australia to the east coast, there's a 1 meter difference, and he didn't even know how you really measure it. But anyway, it was quite interesting. Anyway, had a good time.
I think I'm gonna have to go help. I'll be back, guys.
So what's been going on, everyone?
Not too much. She, me and Flassy were just chatting. Now she took off.
Well, I'm just outside looking at my chickens and spending some time.
Who are you talking to about this
It was
1 foot elevation or like what?
this old retired guy. I met him ages ago. Well, I mean, not ages ago, a few months ago, and he was randomly talking about mapping, and I took an interest because, being part of the shape of the earth conversation, you get to find more interest in mapping and topography and all of that. So I invited him over to my house to give a presentation on his experiences and how aerial mapping worked. And so that's what he did, and he explained it. And there's like this, it's called photogrammy, aerial photogrammy, and it goes through like it's an old school process because he did it back in the day. But it's interesting, just the mechanics behind getting an indirect image of the Earth from like a plane, as in not like the Earth in terms of like from a satellite, but just like from an airplane, taking pictures, translating that into some sort of graphic mechanical thing, which turns it into map graphics. It's a pretty cool process.
Oh, I thought he was making a claim or something, or I thought he was promoting the globe.
Oh, well, he did say that the sea level, the ocean between the west coast of Australia to the east coast, there's actually a 1 meter difference between like the shores on each side.
Wouldn't it be flooded on the one side then, or what?
Oh, and actually he was saying the reason for it is centrifugal force, and I was actually the one helping him out because he's like, oh yeah, you know how like the earth rotates around like from east to west, so from the west it's gonna have some force. And I was like, oh, let me help you out, the word you're looking for, it's centrifugal, isn't it? And he's like, yes, that's the word. I helped him out.
But so he's saying on one side it's level, and the other side there's 1 meter tall of water just standing there, and then the people on the beach are like eye level with the water that's just standing there because it's being held there by this centripetal force or whatever.
I don't know. I don't
Or
think he
it's
thought it
just
through.
both level on both sides at your feet. But I would say he doesn't know the globe model. He doesn't know the radius. He doesn't know the circumference. He doesn't know the speed of
I don't know.
rotation at the equator. So he's just
But
parroting
I learned,
some layman's version. But
yeah, I
he's-
also
no,
learned
go
that
ahead.
there's this random spot in somewhere probably around the Northern Territory or South Australia, and they have some sort of geodetic center of Australia thing, and I find that funny. That's a funny piece of information. I doubt it's really the center of Australia if it's geodetic, but Now I know a random fact about Australia.
Like the geographic center of Australia or the geodetic?
Geodetic. I think he was going on about how the Earth is a really bumpy, clumpy ball with all of like the geodetic survey sort of stuff. Those images.
Oh, okay. So he just debunked the radius then. If he says it's geodetic and it's got bumps and it's different sizes, then, or unless they're going to claim it's a 3959 average and it fluctuates, I guess they could do that maybe. But
Well, I didn't get into it with him. I'm trying to you
no,
know, you read the people
yeah.
and you see, okay, I won't push this person's buttons, then they'll just not talk to me about any cool information they have. So I'll just entertain their globe propaganda.
No, I agree. In real life, it's different because it could be your mom, your dad, your best, could be anybody, could be your professor, could be anything. So you gotta tread wisely and make the right decisions. And obviously, you can poke him and do it at a different angle and like subtly and just see what he knows. I'm just doing it for the live stream and exposing. Like, I have to destroy the globe at all times. Anything you say, I'm gonna spin. Anything you say, I'm gonna spin it to poke holes in the globe model. That's what. Like when people get off topic and they get mad, they're like, "Let's talk about flat Earth." Like the classic days are like making fun of the globe model, poking holes in the globe model, and yeah, just destroying it.
And the craziest thing is, so I'm not like in the most generic location in the state I'm in, and so I was going down to this store quite randomly from where I'm located, and then the guy who was giving the presentation, this is another day, like probably maybe 3 or 4 days later, and he's not from where I'm from, and he randomly goes to this shopping center place as well. So it seems like quite a coincidence. My mom goes to the toilet, and I think, oh, okay. Instead of just like standing around doing nothing, I'm just gonna really slowly go up the escalators and down them until she's ready. And then right at the top of the escalator, I see that guy who did the presentation. And I think, wow, what a crazy coincidence. It makes you think, oh, coincidences, fate. I don't know. But I was pretty impressed with that random happening.
Oh, there's gonna be signs. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I'm not gonna. You're gonna like, yeah, you're gonna type on videos and it'll be like that specific date, or things are gonna line up. You're gonna meet the people at the different times, and
Yeah,
it's
I've
happening
heard.
for a reason.
I think it has like a special word for it. I think it starts with an S. Synchronities or something like this. Synchronicities.
Synchronicity.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a bit. Usually, I'm more
Yeah,
ignorant
or yeah,
to like paying attention to numbers and stuff, so I wouldn't know.
yeah. You gotta take some of them with a grain of salt. Like if you see 1, 2, 3 on the clock every day, I mean, it's gonna be 1, 2, 3 on the clock at least 2 times a day. And I guess maybe it's a coincidence that you look at the clock at that exact time, but there is some like gematria. Yeah, like gematria is a real thing that certain secret societies use. Yeah, numbers. Yeah, numbers have correlation to yeah. Every word you say is actually like a color. It's called synesthesia. So there's a lot of things they don't really tell us about that are happening that we don't actually even see or feel. Or we may feel it, we don't know it.
Yeah, I've heard some people like see, like, I don't know, when they listen to music and stuff, they see colors. So yeah, I've
Yeah,
heard of
I'm
that
gonna.
occasionally.
Yeah. Like it sounds far out and new age or whatever, but it's I could actually see it happening. Like because I know that each letter has a value, and each sound you make has like it's a spell. So like it's a spell, it's a value, it's a color, it's all of these things.
I don't know, but then when it comes to like numbers and words, a lot of it is like socially constructed languages, and then where's the difference between
Yep.
saying hello in, English compared to German? Does it mean something different because of their alphabets and all of that?
A little bit. Like they make you say specific words like hello or what like have you ever wondered why certain English words have silent letters and why not starts with a K N O T and why like certain letters are silent and why words like it's because each letter has a numerical value and each sound has a different color and a different like resonance. So like the English language is a spell. There's been so many different adaptations to the English alphabet. It's been modified to maybe make it more evil than it was. Like cuz words are spells. We're talking spells and you can use either say good spells or bad spells. You can be negative or positive.
I don't
Truth
know.
or
I've not
lies.
really thought so much about language like that. It's a bit new to me. Interesting. I don't know.
Let's see if I can find the video here. Like a 3-minute video. But oh, there you go. I got this video in live stream. Or save it or whatever. It's like a 3-minute basic explanation of how just even some basic English words are like it's just a spell and obviously, but come on,
Okay, I'll
dude,
check
pop.
it out.
Yeah, it's like a very brief, short introduction. I'm not a specialist in it. I just like I said, I just know the vague principles, and obviously, I just try to do good and spread truth or say good. But if it's a glober and we're in war, or things get said.
Yeah,
Wait,
well, I'll check it out
one thing
on
you should,
YouTube.
if he's if that like when you talk to that mapping guy, ask him if he's ever heard of the cartographer's dilemma or the coastline paradox. Because
Okay.
if he's a mapper, like a, let's see if I can find the video on the coastline. But it just shows like how difficult it is to actually make an accurate map because a coastline, like you can judge it by millimeters, you can judge it by inches, you can judge it by feet, and each increment is going to change the distance of the coastline. So they call it the coastline paradox. So it's very difficult to measure the exact coastlines.
Okay, because I'm still in correspondence with email and stuff, so yeah, I'll ask him about it, see what he says.
Yeah, there's like so you probably have many questions, so it's sort of like yeah, it's one of those things like not everybody should know, but if you're making maps, there should be things you should know that you can't like. Like there's no way that it's 1 meter higher on the other side of Australia and level on the other side. How does that make any sense?
Okay, give me 2 minutes. I'll watch the video.
It sounds good. Yeah, it's only 2 minutes actually. 2 or 3 minutes. Looking for this other one here.
Oh, that was an interesting video.
Yeah, I'm sure there's other ones that are more complicated or they go into it deeper, but it's sort of like how like words have double meanings and they make you say things like I said, hello and hell has a bad connotation, but you're saying it to every person you meet, and whether it's I don't know how the impact of it, but obviously your words have. If you've done the water experiment, your words have impact on the water. They have impact on people. So
I'm currently experimenting
you're
with the rice water experiment. Still have a while to go, but it's weird just like taking some rice jars and just spouting out hateful words at them. I don't know, it's a bit strange, but I say, okay, hey rice,
you
your
have to
experimental
videotape it
purposes
on
just failed
YouTube.
obviously.
How long is it supposed? How long are you supposed to do it for?
Well, I was talking to a guy called Andrew on this server, and he was saying he's done it, and it usually takes him like 2 or 3 months. So that's sort of the time frame I'm expecting. And I don't know if it will work. That's why I'm trying it. I wouldn't be surprised either way.
It might be like the rice might take longer because it's like a hard grain versus a plant or a bug, or I guess a bug would die or something. But if you had a contained, but I guess,
Yeah, I
if you
guess.
got the time, the rice is just sitting. If you remember, so you get in the routine. But yelling at your rice.
But I mean, like, I'm not a super hateful person, so I find it really hard to just like say hateful stuff. And I know it's like all about the intent you have as well when you say this stuff. And I think, oh no, I might not be performing, like having enough hate in me to be able to do this experiment well enough. Which I guess is a
See,
good thing.
that could be part of the. It could be part of it after. Like, say you do it for 3 months and then nothing happens. It could have been because like your heart's not in it, and you don't have that evil heart to like. It's not. You're just doing it as like as a man, and like you're trying to do it, but like you don't really like. I don't. Yeah, you may not have that. I don't know how to explain it, but
Yeah,
I can
well,
see how it could not work because you don't have the intent. Like it is about your intent.
yeah, my uncle's always grumpy and angry at the world, so I'll just say, "Hey, uncle, come over and just start talking at this really mean at this rice," or he'd think I'm even more loony than he already does. But yeah, he's like the biggest NPC sort of person I've met. But he's awesome. He's my uncle. I like feeding him donuts. But yeah, he is just brainwashed to the core.
Yeah, like I don't know if the rice is supposed to turn like rancid or is it supposed to stay like I don't know how bad the rice is going to get after the 3 months. Couldn't that happen naturally? Couldn't it just like depending on the climate and the humidity just like naturally turn bad?
Yes,
Unless it's
so
in a steel jar, I guess it's yeah.
yeah, I have different test ones. So I have one with, well, I have four actually. 4 with the label love, 4 with the label ignore, and 4 with the label hate, and they're all super nearby each other. Hopefully that's not too much of an issue. But yeah, there's power in your words, but to the extent the power goes, I probably am not really aware of how powerful your words are until like I see something visually like that, which might be like, oof, oh wow, there is more power to my words than just my mom always saying, Stacy, there's power in your words. And intentions too. I think everything's mainly focused on the intentions.
Yeah, a lot of it's timing too. Like if it's say you're losing your volleyball game 14-0 and then like you're still good spirits and you're spreading good, then it may have more impact than some random time. Like every situation is going to be different. But I mean, I guess you're probably Australian or something.
Yes, that is correct.
I know you're British, Scottish, or what? One of the three. Yeah, it's like probably like 2 a.m. in California, 4 a.m. in New York, approximately.
Well, it's 4:58. Oh no, 4:50 p.m. here where I am, Western Australia.
Yeah, I have a random question. Why do you think that they made Australia like the first place to get like New Year's Eve?
Was Australia the first place? Oh, all right. oh yeah, in terms of Australia being like a day in front of everyone else. I
Oh,
have no
usually like
claim.
is Australia or Sydney? It's usually Australia or Sydney is always like the first New Year's fireworks, and they have a huge show. But I was just like I said, that's I often wonder why they chose like that line on the Mercator map to just like that's when the day starts. That's when the New Year starts. Like, what about Greenwich? What about North America? Like, why is it Australia?
I don't know, but I remember I one time watched an interesting video by a YouTuber called Flat Fact, and she was saying, oh, in some sort of year, I don't know if it was like the 2000s or something like this, but they changed it, the time, how we get our times from, it used to be noon was our reference for, okay, when the sun's right above head, that makes it noon. That's how we refer to all our other times from that one. And then eventually, I think it was probably in the 1980s maybe, but I haven't watched a video in a while, so I don't remember. But then she was saying, but now they've changed it so that the actual time distinction is, they start it at midnight when it's dark and there's no sun. So it's sort of the opposite, sort of inverting. I mean, it's not really got much to do with your New Year's Eve thing, but I don't know. I thought that was an interesting thing she was bringing up and discussing.
I believe the day is 23 hours and 56 minutes, which is why they have to make the fake calendar with the leap year. But like so yeah, so the time like every calendars, that's a different topic of how fake they are and how man-made they are. But you have 12 billing cycles, and so you have all these fake holiday cash grab holidays, and but
Yeah, because I guess the thing with having like days 23 point something hours is, it's because if it's a globe, it all has to be the same, like all the time,
what
give or take. Whereas if you don't have this globe model, it's just, it is what it is. Starts and it ends, and if it gets a bit bigger or a bit less, more light or less light, so what? That's just the cycle. But they make it a bit harder for themselves on the globe with the leap year, trying to rectify it.
yeah, when a Glober was claiming the 15-degree drift, and I was like, oh, 15 degrees, really? Well, did you know that the day is 23 minutes or 23 hours and 56 minutes? So that's not quite 15 degrees. Then he went silent. He was like, yeah, he disappeared because the 2356 destroys their little 15-degree rotation.
I guess it has to be 14 point something degrees.
Yeah, I guess it could be a minute point if they actually concede to it, but yeah, I guess it's. But yeah, the whole even with the calendars, like different people use different calendars. There's calendars that don't go by the solar, like so the Gregorian calendar we use, just like the slave calendar. Like I said, how if we didn't have a calendar, if it was say it was 1 month of 365 days and a leap year or whatever every 4 years, how would they bill you? What, they're going to bill you one time every single your phone bill, your electricity bill, your car insurance at one time? Or how about we divvy it up into 12 different segments? Like which is more manageable, which seems like less against you. But Wait, do you see what I mean with the calendars, or I don't know if you haven't looked into it, or
I'm a bit distracted at the moment. Hold on a second.
it's no, it's all good. You can switch topics. Like I said, I'm gonna every time I talk, I'm gonna use it to expose the government, expose the slave system, destroy the globe. I do like if somebody's joking, I'll have a joke or whatever, but maybe I'm too serious. But I'm gonna use every opportunity to expose the government lies, government oppression, government war crimes, and it's like I said, I could be too serious, but I do like to have fun, but it's hard to turn it off sometimes.
As long as you're living in the truth, speaking truth, I see no problem.
Oh yeah, my whole thing, I could just sum it up where I would never force anybody to do anything against their will. And I've asked Globers and other people, it's like that's one of my questions. I ask them, would you force somebody to do something? Would you force them to take the 2020? Would you force them to get like? And some of them say they would, or it's under justification. I would force somebody to do something, but my stance is I would never force anybody to do anything. And obviously, just spread truth, be good, don't hurt people.
Yeah, I guess you're only responsible for your own actions, and everyone else is responsible for theirs.
100%.
So, what was the thing you were saying a bit earlier about the calendars or maps? I'm no longer distracted.
I posted a video of the coastline paradox. It's just a short, I think it's like 60 seconds or less about the coastline, but
Okay.
I was just on my calendar rant about, I was just ranting about how the calendar promotes government oppression.
Yeah, with monthly paychecks and everything.
Yeah, they do help to like sort the seasons and to gauge your personal endeavors with family or whatever you do, sports, but
Yeah, I guess it's about moderation, doing things